Hello and welcome to DConf 2020 Online. This is I'm sorry, I said that wrong. It's DConf Online 2020. There is a difference. DConf is our real world event and DConf Online is not a substitute. It is a new annual event. This is the first edition. We're going to be doing it more in the future, every year we hope. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mike Parker. You may know me from my book Learning D or running the D blog, or have seen me in the forums. Throughout the event, I'm going to be here in the live stream with the speakers. Now, you'll notice that the R and the W here in the live stream with me, the R is Robert Shattuck. He will be speaking later on, but he decided to join us for the live stream so he can chat with us. The W, of course, is
Hello.
Walter Bright. Hello, Walter.
Hi.
I'm still
You hear
doing.
me?
Hey, we hear you. We're live, Walter. I'm doing the introduction right now. His talk will be starting in about less than 10 minutes. The keynote, and that's happening in our playlist. If you haven't seen it yet, I'm posting the link in the live chat here. So if you click on that, it will take you to the playlist to see all of the talks. Now, why do we have a Q&A live stream running in parallel with the talks? The primary purpose is for posterity. We wanted to record all the questions and answers in a verbal format, and later we're going to record this, and later we're going to chop them all up and create individual Q&A videos to accompany each talk video on our YouTube channel. But also because it's easier for the speakers to provide long answers and more context verbally than it is to do so in text. So they'll still be answering questions in the live chat and saying their answers aloud here in the live stream. But they'll be monitoring their talks, the live chat on their talks. And when you ask a question there, they will give short answers. Longer answers will be in the live stream only. So you can tab over here to hear their long answers. They'll let you know, hey, I'm going to answer it in the live stream. And you can tab over here and listen. Or you can wait until after the conference is over and come back to the live stream later to hear the answers. They'll still be here for at least 15 minutes after each talk. So if you didn't get a question in during the talk, you can come in after the talk and ask here in the live chat box on the live stream. We're also giving out prizes. I'll be announcing the prizes throughout the event and how to win them. But anybody, this is a constant throughout the event, if you ask a question on any of the talks or in the live stream and it is answered by the speaker, your name will be entered in a drawing to win on day one a $50 Amazon gift certificate, or e-gift card they call them now. On day two, another $50 card, and for the whole weekend, we'll be collecting everybody's names who asked and got their questions answered. And we'll be doing a grand prize drawing for a $100 e-gift card. If you win a $50 card, you're not eligible to win it twice, but you are eligible still to win the $100 card in the grand prize. So if you have a question, please make sure they're on topic. You know, it's up to the speaker to, if they want to ask, or I'm sorry, answer off-topic questions. But we prefer the questions to be on topic, related to the speech, or somewhat tangentially related to delaying. But during the Q&A for the Ask Us Anything, which is happening later today, you can ask Walter and Attila anything you want. And I'm going to tab over to the schedule right now. We've got Walter up first at 1400, and then he's followed by Ali Chirelli and Robert Shattuck, and then we have a short talk from Alexandru Militaru, and the live stream Ask Us Anything is at 1800. And then we have another talk by Matthias Lang, and then the live coding session. Now, the key point is all of these talks will be in the playlist. The live stream Ask Us Anything will take place right here and in this live stream. And the live coding session is a separate live stream that will be run by Adam Rupa. And I will give you the link for that when it comes time for him to start. So that's how things are going. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them. But right now, Walter, you there? Walter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. I'm going to give it over to Walter to let him tell you a little bit about himself and about the talk coming up. You've got about less than 5 minutes, Walter.
Oh, well, I'll be brief. Uh, well, I'm Walter Bright, of course, and I'm the head of the D Language Foundation, and been working on D for 20 years now. Seems like a long time. My upcoming talk is about reducing memory safety problems in D by introducing a straightforward ownership and borrowing system. And I'll be covering that. And there's been several questions about it, and I've deferred them all to wait and watch the video, and then I will answer the questions about it during or after this video. This is a new experience for me doing a live streaming like this, so we'll see how it goes. I hope you can all hear me clearly.
Well, I hear you fine. So, what's the key point of this talk that you want people to take away?
The key point is you can get memory safety with data flow analysis by not needing to design a whole new language. You can use it as an addition to the existing language with familiar syntax. And there's no new syntax at all for this. It's just adding a simple keyword to it, and you can get an ownership borrowing system. So I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's pretty cool. Some people are skeptical that this will work. Well, I hope to be convincing, or at least uh, hope that y'all will be willing to give it a try and see how well it works. It's always risky coming up with a new feature like this, something that hasn't been done before, and we'll just have to see how it works out. We can only find out by actually trying it out and seeing how it works.
Well, you talked about data flow analysis, and you actually took a course on data flow analysis back in the 80s, right?
Yes, I took the Stanford summer compiler course in the early 80s. It was 2 weeks long. 1 week was parsing and things like that at the front end of a compiler, and the second week was the back end. And one of the things they taught there was the math behind data flow analysis. So for me, it was like magic, how data flow analysis could do all the things I was wondering how compilers could do. And it was an introductory course, really. I mean, how much can you teach in 2 weeks? But it kind of proved foundational. And the data flow analysis covered in it is not the data flow analysis I'm using in this, but from what I learned from doing that, I could invent the data flow analysis that'll work for the tracking pointers.
Okay. Well, Walter, we've got a little less than a minute before your talk starts. So, are you on the screen for your talk?
Well, I have two tabs. One tab is this, and the other tab is the YouTube. Do I respond to chats here or in the YouTube?
Yeah. Okay. You'll be talking. You'll be talking here. We'll be capturing you verbally here, but in the YouTube chat you have on your talk, that's where you'll be typing your short answers. Yeah. So, but
Okay.
I'll be watching both chats, and I'll let you know if anybody asks a question in the live stream. So.
Okay. So I don't need the chat window in the Teams thing, the Teams window.
Well, as long as you can hear me.
Or the Jitsi window, I guess.
Yeah, as long as you can hear me when you're watching the
Yeah,
YouTube.
I can hear you
Okay,
fine.
that's good. Yeah. So I'll let you know when somebody asks a question here, and I'll also be monitoring the chat window on your on your talk. So for those of you who are watching the live stream right now, if you're going to watch Walter's keynote, it's just about to start, so you might want to tab over right now. I'm going to step away for just a second because I realized I forgot to push the slides to the website. So I'm going to commit that and push it up, and they'll be available shortly. Hey, Walter, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Well, my mic's on.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not too loud,
Ah,
though. Keep the volume down will be good.
managed to get it into a separate window so I can keep both of them up at the same time.
Nice.
So that's good.
All right, I'm committing the slides. I can't believe I forgot to do this earlier. I made the changes and forgot to commit it. Okay, so the dconf.org site is, I've just committed, so it should be, and pushed, so it should be rebuilding, and will be available, the slides will be available shortly.
I guess where is the link to the slides?
It's not up there yet. I just pushed it, so I forgot to do it earlier, so I just pushed it. So it's going to take time for the site to rebuild.
Will it show up on the YouTube site?
I will copy and paste it in there. Yes, I'll copy and paste it in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not on the DConf site yet. So Walter, this has got to be like the first talk for which you've ever had a soundtrack, right?
That's right. First attempt really at video production. So it is a little basic.
Oh, it's just fine. It's informative. So when you were making it, you've done a lot of presentations in your life. I don't know how many, but I know you've done several. So you have a pretty good feel for how long they take, but you were surprised that this one went rather quickly, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of slides, and I expected it to take over an hour, but I must talk fast or something. Or when I do things live, I do a lot of interaction with the audience, which is not happening here. And so it went rather quickly.
Well, something to keep in mind for DConf Online 2021, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
So you're still you're very confident about the garbage collector as a good way to prevent memory corruption, and you were not always of that mind, right? You were a convert after you worked on a Java compiler, correct?
Yeah, I learned about garbage collectors mainly by implementing a Java compiler back in the mid '90s for Symantec. So in doing that, I thought garbage collectors were the future, but and maybe they are the future for a lot of programming, but still there's a vast need for explicit memory allocation, and explicit memory allocation has memory safety problems. So adding an ownership borrowing system is a way to deal with trying to avoid the usual problems you get with manual memory allocation.
And you implemented the GC from a book originally for Java, for the compiler you built, right? Or was that the JavaScript
Yes.
compiler?
No, oh, I implemented the garbage collector from a book.
Well, I mean, you read a book to learn about it.
Yeah, it's the classic book, Garbage Collection, the blue book. I don't have the exact name of it on the top of my head, but it's kind of covers all the basic techniques for doing garbage collection. Was immensely useful for me to learn how garbage collector worked and to implement one. Of course, a lot of people have criticized the D's built-in garbage collector, that it's kind of old-fashioned and primitive, and well, that's actually true. Garbage collection technologies have increased dramatically in power over the years, and the one I implemented is a conservative mark sweep garbage collector, and it's fairly simple and straightforward. The best thing about it is it works, and it works reliably, and it works nicely.
And the GC that you originally implemented for D was based on a JavaScript GC you had implemented?
Uh, I had some dreams of making a competitive JavaScript compiler interpreter back around 2000, and with the idea that JavaScript was going to become the foundation of internet web pages, and that the world needed a fast one. And I implemented one called DMD script, or sometimes just Dscript, and it was about 20 times faster than JavaScript compilers of the day, right around that time. But people weren't too interested in it, so I moved on to D. But I did bring along with me to D what I'd learned implementing the garbage collector for the JavaScript interpreter. And since then, JavaScript interpreters have gotten enormously better and faster, because I was right about it becoming foundational for the internet. I was just kind of a little too early in the I was kind of ahead of the curve with that, and it didn't work out. So all my efforts then went into D, and so you can still use the JavaScript compiler. I converted it to run in D, and you can download it, and it did make a fine extension language if you're like building an editor or an IDE or something like that. You can have a JavaScript. You can use JavaScript as its built-in extension language, and I think JavaScript is an ideal language for using as a built-in extension language for any kind of interactive tool you might be developing, like an editor or an IDE.
And what do you say to people who are coming to D and the first thing they reach for is better C because it doesn't have GC, or they reach for the no GC attribute?
Well, the cool thing about D as better C is it doesn't require anything but the C standard library. So you can use it to write really small applications. It's easy to write an application that is just a few K in size with it. It doesn't use any more than an equivalent C program doing the same thing. So if you're tired of C's restrictions and safety problems, and especially if you're tired of the preprocessor and the lack of imports and templates and other modern features, D is a better C is a way that you can quickly get up to speed with D is better C because it's almost identical to C. And as you get comfortable with it, you can start using the more advanced features of it. The ownership borrowing system is a part of D is better C. So there's one example where you can reap the benefits of a modern language while still fitting into the same footprint that a C program does with the same advantages that you have with C. You can manipulate things down to the metal, or you can use the advanced stuff. And you only, as they say, pay for what you use. Although you can't use the garbage collector with D as better C because that would require the D runtime, and the D runtime is not part of D as better C. So the @live or the ownership borrowing system would indeed be a good fit for D as better C. You can develop device drivers with it and other low-level stuff.
I'll have something else for you in just a second, Walter. I'm trying to help some people in the live stream.
Okay. Ownership can be moved, also known as transferred, from one mutable pointer to another by assignment. Note that I did not say copy, I said move, and having it move has implications. Here, the value of function f is assigned to p, making p the owner. We've gone over that before. Then, assigning p to q now makes q the owner. The key thing that happened here is now p becomes invalid. This is what I mean by...
Seems some people are confused by the fact that we're running this in parallel with your talk. Yeah, the idea, guys, I don't know why I just typed all that. I could have just said it. The idea is that Walter's going to be answering questions in the talk chat anyway. All right. So, well, you can ask questions during the keynote talk. If he can give you a short answer, he will give you the answer in the live chat of the keynote. All right. But for posterity, he will also verbally say the answer here in the live stream, and we're going to record it. So we'll be able to play it back later. If he has extra information or long answers, those are tedious to type in text. So we can provide them here. He can provide them here, and everybody can hear them later after the talk. Or you can tab over and hear it. He'll let you know in the chat if he's answering a question here in the live stream. So yes, Feep, that's what you could do. That's one way to do it. Or you can wait until after the conference is over and come back and watch it. And this way, he can provide more context than he would otherwise be able to provide in the text chat, right? And also, I get to ask him questions myself, keep him chatting about his history and stuff related to this talk that you might not otherwise would have heard. And again, that's for posterity. That's for after the conference. So you don't absolutely have to be here if in the live stream if you don't want to, if you're more interested in the talk. That's the idea. Because I know that live stream chats or Premiere video chats can sometimes get confusing if a lot of people are asking questions. But so far, nobody's asking a question.
By passing it away to a function. If we didn't destroy the pointer and the function ended, we have an error. And the error is that P is live on exit, or also known as...
Well, we could have done it that way, Phoebe. I could have...
live functions.
We could have set it up so that you do the talk and then you do a live stream after the talk, but he's going to be answering questions in the chat anyway. So I thought it would be great to record him as he's answering the questions and have him answer them out loud. Yeah, that way we get the full meal deal in the live stream recording. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to have these downtimes in the live stream, while the talks are going on. So I thought we'd go ahead and make use of that downtime with a chat.
Yeah, here we are with the data flow analysis.
Oh, I accidentally turned off my live stream. I mean, your talk. I accidentally paused the talk. I was going to ask you before I started talking to these guys about the chat. I was going to ask you about. All right. Uh, did this come? Uh, this idea come from your belief, like you expressed at DConf 2017, that memory safety is going to kill C?
Yes, it's all very related to that. I'm not sure when I started working on the ownership borrowing system, but I've predicted for a long time that generally once programs exceed a certain size, writing them in C is just impractical impractical to make them memory safe. And these days it's just too expensive to release a program with memory safety problems out, and the languages will be required and expected to provide memory safety features, and C just does not provide any memory safety features. So like D is a better C, you'll have a lot of memory safety features in it, and that's just either D has better C or some other language are just simply going to be required if you're going to be releasing a professional quality product. Of course, C is still going strong, but I think that that's going to fade away over time, and people will move to
Think of our
memory
function F
safe
as
alternatives. Obviously, D is not the only language in that space with memory safety as an option, but I do think it's one of the easiest ones to use and to get into doing memory safety with. Of course, experience will prove me right or wrong about that.
Well, I'll be interested to see how everything pans out. I think the language is going in different directions than I think anyone imagined in the past, for sure. And I think it's got a unique mix of features. Um, and building on them like this makes it even more unique. I mean, uh, as time goes by, it's less and less like C++ and C, I guess, is what I want to say.
Well, I expect C++ to become more and more like D, and it already has been.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think that I think for a long time people thought that you couldn't do this kind of data flow analysis in a low level language or a low level capable language, and I'm kind of, including me, I thought it was impractical to do it. Well, I don't think that way anymore. I think it's very practical, and the data flow analysis is a wonderful tool to tracking pointers and diagnosing memory safety errors with that. We'll just have to
Hey,
see how it works out. For some reason, I can't hear you, Mike.
oh, sorry, I had it off. I had my mic off. There's a question in the live chat for your video. It says, it would seem you could keep the pointer alive using the temporary clone into the function, or does that cut it off as well?
I think maybe you're talking about borrowing.
You should probably type that in the chat.
Oh, okay. Let me click over there. How come it won't let me type in there? Oh, there we go.
Okay, so can you read that answer for me? You said you think he's referring to borrowing the pointer and then Walter?
Oh,
Your answer was both the borrowed and the original can't be live at the same time.
that's right.
Can you expand on that?
Well, the whole point of the ownership borrowing system is you can't have two live pointers to the same piece of memory. So if you copy the value into a temporary, then you can't use the original while the temporary is still live. And data flow analysis is used to track which version or which copy of the pointer is live. And you can't have and make sure that there's no overlapping of liveness between the borrowed and the original pointer.
And do you have a question from Dennis Corporal on your talk? So can a live function call an impure function like printf? And be sure to type the short answer in the chat box.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. From your live functions, you can call any other functions in your D program. However, as the presentation goes into a little later, those other functions are going to have to adhere to the at live rules, or although it can call it, is not going to work. Only the at live functions are checked.
Okay, great. Oh, I got too many windows to keep up with here. Can you borrow multiple subslices of the same slice mutably?
Yes, but only one at a time. Live errors are purely compile time creatures. It's statically evaluated all at compile time, so there's no need for runtime throwing of any errors on that.
Okay, so the question was, providing that the code was purely linear, then the borrowed pointer could be usable in a function, but probably throw the error if both were on separate operations, separate cores. A? Okay. So live errors are purely compile time creatures. Walter, I've totally gotten off sync with your presentation. What's the timestamp right now? What's the time code? How far is it into the talk?
Oh, it says 24 minutes.
So it's almost finished, right?
Yeah, I think we're on the home stretch here.
All right. Question on the talk chat: what error handling mechanism will replace exceptions?
That is yet to be determined. There have been several ideas. One is to use probably the most promising is one that comes where you have option types returned, which is basically a union that can either be an error code or the return value to a function.
So,
So I have not spent a lot of time working on that yet, but something like that will probably wind up being necessary with this. Or you can just use the traditional C method of returning error codes.
okay, can you give a short answer to that in the
Some-
chat?
Oh, you want me to type it in?
Yeah, short one, just a short one.
Okay.
All right, those of you here in the live stream, you can, when the talk is finished here, Walter will be available for about 15 more minutes. And anybody who asks a question that he answers here in the live stream will be eligible to win a DConf Online 2020 coffee mug. We'll announce that at the end of the session. Ethan, did the next talk start playing? It shouldn't start playing yet, right? It should have automatically advanced, and then you'd be getting the countdown timer, right?
Well, I'm showing this as 27 minutes in.
Okay, we've got two questions here in the live stream chat, Walter. One of them is how will we be able, I guess, to introspect the pointer types, like it is borrowed or owned? I guess he's wanting to know, can you determine if a pointer is borrowed or owned through introspection?
Currently, there is no scheme for introspection of the liveness of a variable.
Hmm.
Frankly, I never thought about that.
Okay, you don't have to type the live stream answers, Walter. Ethan,
Oh,
he's not gonna answer your questions from the live stream in the chat box. He'll answer them here in the live stream. So
okay. Oh, and what was the other question then?
the second question was, can live be inferred for auto template functions like safe?
Currently, inferring live would require doing the data flow analysis in it, and that is currently not done. You're going to have to explicitly mark them as at live or not. Of course, maybe in the future we can see about inferring it, but the current plan is it's not inferred. If you mark it as live, it's going to be live, and if you don't, it's not going to be. It's not going to be checked. The doing data flow analysis is expensive for compile times, and doing inference would require the data flow analysis, which would slow down your compilation significantly. I don't really know by how much. The current implementation of @live is not optimized for speed. I know there are a number of opportunities in it to make it faster, but I didn't worry about that. I was just trying to get it to work in the current prototype version. I know
Okay.
with the data flow analysis I've done with optimization, I spent considerable time making it faster after I got it to work. So there's probably a fair amount of opportunity for that in the code or in the implementation.
Okay, next question here. Any chance we'll see enhanced or built-in support for some types, possibly with auto conversion or extract value or return idioms to allow for non-exception based error handling?
Oh, that is a great question. We're going to make it work one way or another. And I don't know how yet because I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it. There have been some proposals for option types in C++, and those look pretty interesting. as one way to do it. But I'll figure it out. But that's kind of in the future. Right now, I'm just trying to get the ownership borrowing system to work.
Okay, next question. I find that I occasionally cast or use rebindable to achieve const ref to mutable or mutable ref to const. Would data flow analysis or static analysis benefit if these were better supported by the language?
That is a great question, and I don't have a good answer for that. um, you can't cheat on the ownership borrowing system, though. It's going to do data flow analysis, and if it works, it's going to pass, and if it doesn't work, it's not going to pass. The whole point of it is that you cannot cheat while you're inside a net live function. If you're gonna cheat or try some schemes to have two live pointers to the same thing at the same time, you're going to have to go outside of at live to do that. So I'm not sure. You may not even need these constructs if you're using at live functions, because the at live function will provide the enforcement for that for you. You don't have to build a wrapper to do it.
Okay, next question. Could data flow analysis be cached?
Huh. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean from one compilation to the next compilation?
Yeah, I think that's what he means. Per, could you expand on that, please? Your question. And we can come back to that. Steve has a question here. Is it true that live doesn't really affect the API of a function? It just affects the function that is tagged?
That is correct. It only affects the internals of the function that is tagged. At live functions can call at safe functions or trusted functions or system functions. So it is an orthogonal feature to the system slash trusted slash safe system indeed. But if you are calling other functions with it, you're expected to adhere to the rules, at least as far as the interface to that other function goes. What you do inside that function, of course, is no concern of the ownership borrowing function. It's like calling an unsafe function, and that's what it'll be treated as.
Okay, back to that cached question. He says yes. He's talking about between compilations. Can you cache data flow analysis between compilations?
No, and there are no plans to do so, mainly because it's very tricky to prove that there's not some subtle change in things. Um, Back when I did data flow analysis for optimization, a common source of problems was attempting to, well, I made this change. I only need to repeat the data flow analysis over here and not doing a thorough job of it. And so subtle bugs would creep into the data flow analysis. So how I've dealt with that issue with my implementations of data flow analysis is whenever the underlying data set changes, I redo the data flow analysis. And that may be extra work. It probably is extra work, but it's resulted in only a small number of, or a far reduced number of bugs and problems with the data flow analysis, because do not try to patch it. Do not try to cache it. If anything changes, just throw it away and recalculate it. So I'm doing the same thing with that live. Any changes, you just throw away and recalculate it. And if it's recompiling the module, well, it recompiles the module, including any data flow analysis needed on it. So no, it is not caching. One problem with caching, and this has been talked a lot about for template instantiations, one big problem is the memory and execution speed you save is lost by having to write the cache data out into a file in some format and then look it up and read it back in again. It's pretty expensive to do file I/O, and it's hard to see that it would actually be faster caching it.
Okay, good. And I apologize to the viewers. There's a good bit of lag between what I'm seeing in the chat window and uh, the Jitsi instance here in the live stream. So please be patient with that, folks. There's another question for you here, Walter. Have you considered implementing the at-live rules in terms of type qualifier like const or immutable so that non-at-live functions like at safe could respect the rules?
That is a great question. I not really sure how to do that and do the data flow analysis is the first thing. And the second thing, that makes the checking very fine grained, which kind of makes it difficult to follow through a complex function. I think it would be better, and only experience will prove if I'm right or wrong, that people will want to think about it on a more of a higher level. Like, is this function, uh, does this function follow all the rules? As opposed to, does just this variable follow the rules? So I'd like to give this scheme a try. I think it's simpler. I think it's easier to understand. I think it makes it easy to force people to just mark a function as at live rather than going through and marking each of the variables you want at live to be tracked. I think it's easier just to put it on for the function and then the whole function is checked. If you want to divide a function up between at live and non at live things, I would recommend that the best way to go about is to divide it into two functions, one that does the non ownership borrowing stuff and the other that where you get the ownership borrowing stuff. It's a bit like making functional programming. Functional programming works on a function by function basis, not on pieces of a function. It doesn't work on a variable by variable basis. It works on a function by function basis. So, and that seems to work out fine. And I guess we'll see who's right about this. I want to give this one a try first because I intuitively think that this is going to work out better.
This is turning into coffee conf for me. I'm going to be up all night here in Korea, so I gotta stay awake. I have another question here from Steve. No throw functions can still throw and catch exceptions as long as they don't escape. Is that allowed in at live?
No, it is not. For reasons mentioned in one of the slides in there that might have gone by rather quickly. But the problem with exceptions and exception unwinding is there are too many control flow paths. And the data flow analysis just becomes buried in, shall we say, noise. So what happens when you're doing optimization when you're faced with exceptions or exception unwinding is the optimizer, the data flow analysis just throws up its hand when this happens. And I was kind of wondering, was I missing something? And then I heard a lecture by Chandler Carruth, who was talking about the internals of LLVM, and he said exactly the same thing. If you are unwinding exceptions or have exceptions in your code, the optimizer throws in the towel on that part of the code. Unfortunately, with at live functions, the compiler can't throw in the towel. It's got to check it or not check it. And so what happens is if there's RAII or exception unwinding is possible to happen, or throwing or catching exceptions, the compiler just simply doesn't allow it. You can't use that exceptions in at live functions. Um, this is kind of part of the basis for, I've made a couple proposals for D to make no throw the default rather than having throwing exceptions as the default. I think the exceptions may not have been, they seem like a great idea when I started these. C++ had popularized them, Java had popularized exceptions, and over time I've gradually come to the conclusion that exceptions really aren't the best way to handle errors. The idea that you're only paying for a feature if you're using it doesn't work with exceptions. Exceptions you pay whether you use them or not. And So that's increasingly kind of led me to move away from relying on exceptions for dealing with errors. And I'm looking into the other methods of doing it, like option types and other things. So in at live functions, you can't do exception handling. Well, that's just the way it's going to be.
Okay, we've got one more question here from Simon N. Now, Walter, if you're willing to stay and keep answering questions after this until Ali shows up, he should be here by now, but he's not. You can go ahead and stay. But this is the last question, and then I'm going to go ahead and run my little custom standard.random name selector. But Simon asks, assuming DFA becomes a staple in D for ownership, would you deem it worthwhile to guard against null or to implement non-nullable class refs with static checks?
Oh, that is a great question. I don't have a good answer for that. It would require a different kind of data flow analysis than is done as that live. So it would have to be a separate code to make that work. And but also, I think null checking, in order to be effective, is going to have to be across functions. And you can't just do it within a function uh, because it's pretty rare that you set a function to or a pointer to null and then dereference in that same function. Usually the null is part of a data structure or something like that, which starts becoming difficult to do. Data flow analysis is less effective with a complex data structure. So I guess the shorter answer I'm going to say is I've done no plans for that at the moment.
Hello,
Not going to
Ali.
say it's impossible, but I know there's going to be a bunch of difficulties with it, and currently have no plans for it.
Okay, well, I guess very, very quickly, Walter, yes or no, when will Phobos, or I'm sorry, that's not a yes, no, it's not. When will Phobos use at live?
Oh, wow, I hadn't really thought about that, but there is talk about making a Phobos too, and it would be something for that, really.
Okay, Walter, I want to thank you very much for donating your time to us here. And now you're free to take off and participate as a viewer
All
until it's
right. Well, I look forward to giving Ali some hell here.
yeah, until it's time for your Ask Us Anything. Don't forget about that. That's coming up at in a few hours here. So
Okay, I'll be back.
yeah, 1800 UTC. All right, and I have a winner of the DConf Online 2020 coffee mug. Congratulations, Steve. My standard.random program selected you. You can contact me by email and give me the details, and I'll send it to you. Ali,
Can you hear me,
I
Michael?
hear you fine. Welcome to the live
Awesome.
stream. And there goes my niece in the background taking off.
Oh, nice.
So your talk is about to start very shortly here. And I've learned that, well, we've all learned, I think, that Premiere videos actually can be paused and stopped. So not everybody is in
Ah,
sync. I got completely out of sync. I tried to mute the video and I wound up pausing it instead and got stuck on the same slide I was like, what's going on? Anyway, can you please very quickly introduce your talk? I think everybody knows who you are, but for those who are new to the D community, who aren't regulars, who don't know you, maybe I know you do it in the video also, but just say a few words now, please.
yes. So I use D at work, which I will mention in the talk. This talk is all only looking at my code and extracting certain useful pieces that I used in the code. I just wanted to share what is there. And let me take this opportunity to tell everyone that making a talk is as simple as that, or coming up with an idea for a talk is as simple as the way you use D. Just look at your code and it makes a presentation like this. It's hard work to make this slides later on, of course, but coming up with an idea is as simple as that.
And speaking of which, there's something that I haven't announced yet, but we decided it at a quarterly language foundation meeting a while back. We're actually talking about we're going to start paying people to do conference presentations at various conferences around the world, a kind of bounty in the same way that we pay blog post bounties. But I don't remember the exact figure right off the top of my head. So before I announce anything here, I'll make the official announcement later. But those of you, once the pandemic is behind us, those of you who would like to go out and do talks at conferences other than DConf, the D Foundation is willing to give you a little bounty to do that, and it will be more than the bounty for blog posts. The blog post bounty is $300. And if I can get my new YouTube channel off the ground, I'm sorry, not channel, playlist on our foundation's YouTube channel, if I can get the D Community Speaks playlist going, we'll be offering bounties there too. I was hoping to get it going immediately after the conference, but I don't have the momentum for it yet. So I'll be pestering people in the same way I used to pester you for blog posts soon. So Ali, your talk is about to start. Are you on the playlist screen to see your talk?
Yes, 13 seconds I see now.
Okay, good.
Left.
So you'll people will be asking you questions there maybe, and you remember, give short answers there, and be sure to verbalize everything you type. Longer answers and context, just say it in the video. Just say it verbally, I mean. And I will tell you if any questions pop up in the live stream chat.
Thanks.
And there we go. Ali's talk has started, and I'm posting his slides link in the chat for the talk. And I should So Ali, this talk is related to your DConf 2019 talk where you first told us about the, what do you call them, ROS bag? Yeah, there we go. ROS bag file manipulation. How did you wind up with Mercedes-Benz research and development?
Well, through connections, let's say. I went to a local C++ meetup, mentioned that I was looking for a job, and somebody there raised their hand. They said they were looking for someone. On the C++ meetup, local meetup, I found the team. Immediately, the ROS bag file format and the problem they were facing interested me. And I volunteered, and I had a lot of fun writing D in that tool set.
How many of your colleagues have you turned on to D yet?
Let's say a handful have been exposed to certain features of D, and they completely agree. And recently, I cannot announce it yet because it's not guaranteed. Some other teams got interested, and they decided, let's better look at this language and let's rewrite what we've been doing in D. And they will use me as the seed of D at the organization. And we may see more D replacing mainly Python in this case.
Well, I'm sorry, do you have more?
Just to say it up front, it cannot replace C++ when it comes to autonomous driving side, because you need certifications for anything that you use in that safety critical application. And only C++ is certified as a language with its standards. So D cannot come in unless it's certified.
Well, in your engineering with D slide here, you say that D involves few bugs, is very productive, and is a lot of fun. Now, I think we can all agree as D programmers with all of those. But I mean, yes. That's one of the reasons I stuck with D for so long, is because it's fun. But how do you sell that to other people? I mean, fun is usually not a requirement for a language if you're a CTO.
I realize that, and also, but I realize that fun equals productivity, maybe linearly or maybe even a power law. If you're dreading writing something, oh, I don't want to write that thing once again with fighting this language feature or not, you don't want to, you're not going to be productive. I mean, so pulling the age card, I have 30 plus years in software industry
Old
out
man.
of college, old man. So I had a stagnation in my interest in programming during my career. But as soon as I saw D, and I mentioned it in the talk, Andre's The Case for D article, it just changed. I'm very much excited in programming again. And I secretly wait for requirements from people to mold my code, change it to the requirement. And it's surprising how things work, really. I don't know whether it's my experience or whether it's the language itself. I can't be sure of it at this time. But it's an fun exercise to change the code to accept new requirements. And it's not in a let me give you an anecdote of my hardware ASIC designer friend where I used to work at. He would say, Ali, why is it that when I need something from an ASIC designer, from a hardware engineer, I go to them and say, hey, we need this. Can you implement it? And they just jump in and right away do it. But when I go to a software person and I ask, can we implement this? They're always, oh, I don't know. Can we push it back? Can we do it some other way? So there's this resistance to change. I see this less in D. And again, I mentioned in my talk, Liran Zvibel and Leith Ishark have been talking about the same thing, where they just write it as prototype language, and it's so easy to mold it to your production style in the end.
And we're getting some agreement here with the fun factor in the live stream chat, but also Mathis brings up an interesting point about unit tests. You were talking about unit test pragmatism on the previous slide in
Yes.
the talk here. And one of the things that I guess Funkwerk has issues with is they don't have test suites and I mean fixtures, mocks, fakes, and all that. So it's not built in, and they've got to do all this other plumbing on top of it. What?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. And that's what I actually underline on that slide. Completely agreed. But even without those, this little piece of one step, and I acknowledge Walter's earlier comments, just this little stupid step forward enables so much for so many people. I'm not saying don't put mocks and fakes, whatever in the system, eventually they may show up. But my point there is you don't need a complete something to be so useful. I still find unit test itself to be an education for me.
And we're currently looking at the range pragmatism slide.
Yes.
How much functional experience did you have before we started getting functional support in D?
I came from C++ and whatever that language provided, but I knew a functional programming style could be done in any language, including C. So that was my exposure.
So was
Yeah.
it? I've got a clarification from Mathis here. He was kind of making a joke that Funkwerk is doing exactly the opposite. They're using unit tests in exactly the opposite way that you mentioned. But the fact that it's a language strength that they're able to do that. That's the point he's
good.
making. So I misunderstood him.
At least we agree on something.
Yeah, it's a language strength. So yeah, but did you have any difficulty picking up ranges when we first got them?
Oh, not at all. I'm lucky because when the range concept first appeared on C++ forums years and years ago, and if you remember, Walter Bright dug up some old emails where it also showed up on D forums. So the concept of a range popped up on both C++ forums and D forums, and I was on the C++ side, Complang C++ moderated. I remember that idea, but C++ people were all tied to the idea of iterators back then. And I remember reading articles proving, and that's that's on my range pragmatism slide, proving that iterators provide more abstraction. So the community was like, wow, iterators are so good, STL is so good, and we stayed there. But because maybe that seed was in my mind from those years, and we're all humans, and I feel close to Andrei, the way he presents his thoughts or the way he thinks, probably. So it was easy sell from his article on ranges and everything that this was a great idea. And once you realize that you need to put the begin and end together to be able to chain functionality algorithms together, no, I had no difficulty with ranges.
We have a remark. It's not a question. It's an observation that Ali sounds like a mafia guy. It would be a huge loss if something happened to this feature. That's my mafia voice, by the way.
Yes, I think I appeared in some movies with this ponytail too.
Kind of reminds me of Pulp Fiction, Travolta's character.
Yes.
What, Vinny Vega? Yeah, every time I watch your talks or read your writing, I always pick up some little tidbit that I wasn't aware of before or that I hadn't considered. And something I'd never looked at before, your thoughts on format string literals.
Yeah, I was shocked on how much of these I used in my code. I have 550 of them I just gave the statistics. Said, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, and I never would have, the way you presented it here, that it should be a bug. I never would have thought of it that way. Yeah. But does this come from experience of your usage at the company, or just as your own experimentation with the language, or where do you derive this kind of insight?
Oh, because you write an error message, you want to display something on screen, and the writing of the error message fails. Format throws an exception saying, hey, you don't have enough arguments for this %s. So you realize, wait a minute, most of these format strings are related to error reporting. So I need to guard myself from errors in error reporting itself. So that's where it comes from. And C and C++ does not have this facility, but their compilers have these built-in added functionality to guard against this. So it just makes sense.
Well, I guess in general, do you tend to go down rabbit holes in your own usage of D and discover? Because I know when you were doing research for your book, you were exploring a lot of corners that you had never explored before. So, I mean, I guess what I'm asking is that how you get most of your insights about D, or do you get it just through normal usage?
No, I'm just a user, I think. The book probably helped me understand the corners because you say something in a paragraph. Oh, even this presentation, I said many things, but I said, wait a minute, is it really true? And I had to go in and test and look for it a little more. Like the error management thing here. That's one of the most important points to me these days. And both of my presentations today and tomorrow will touch on that. And interestingly, Walter today touched on error management, and he said exceptions will probably disappear. Kind of either contradicts my having to use it, or maybe I support him because of the problems in that area. So yes, whatever I say or do, it requires you to go in and prove something, not to embarrass yourself. And that's one way of learning, I guess.
Well, I know I learned some things when I was learning D, especially from the technical reviewers. They
Mhm.
pointed out some things that I wasn't aware of, and I was surprised when I would write code snippets to demonstrate how I thought something would work, and then found out it worked
Mhm.
completely different. But I don't use the language enough in projects to know it as well as I would
Mm.
like. So I'm too tied up with all this other stuff I'm doing these days. So
Yeah, I'm fortunate. Yeah.
yeah, so are you? What kind of stuff are you doing on the side outside of work with D?
Very little. It used to be the book. It was a big time. Most of my time was on the book. It used to be, but now I put it aside, even though I feel guilty about that because there are certain things I need to correct. The main thing is I need to rip out the post bullet area and replace it with copy constructors. So that's the way forward for D now. I feel bad about still keeping it in the book. Related to D, no, I don't do much. My current family situation, raising my child, COVID-19, stay at home, doesn't give me much time on in the house in addition to my work, which I do remotely, not these days. But I've contributed to Phobos a little bit, tiny little pieces. And this work actually, not this work, but my work at Mercedes-Benz Research and Development shown a limitation of merge range algorithm, which I would like to improve in Phobos. And the issue is there is merge can work with any number of ranges, and it ranges them in a merge sort fashion. You give multiple ranges to merge, and merge will give you a range output in a sorted fashion. But the number of arguments must be compile time known in the current Phobos implementation. In my case, I didn't know, so I couldn't use Phobos merge. That's one thing I would like to just improve.
Attila remarked that he learned about D as well, writing his talk for this conference, specifically the binary layout for classes. That's something I haven't needed to delve into yet.
Uh, yeah, it's free in D, right? The compiler can do it in any way. Maybe that's why I didn't even care to look at it myself. But structs, I'm so happy the binary layout of structs are one-to-one with C ABI.
Okay, here's a question. I guess it's for you. Can merge, or I don't know if it's just a general question for everybody, but can merge respect AA style containers ranges?
Merging associative arrays is also missing. I had to do it explicitly in a loop myself. If the question is that, I agree. But I don't think, yeah, it should be. We should be able to do it.
They're talking about ranges now. I find that ranges, if you've never been exposed to a functional style of programming, ranges are a little difficult. Oh, range format specifiers. There's something I didn't even know about until I saw this
Wow, I'm
talk.
glad.
Yeah,
I'm glad I included it.
yeah,
Very,
me
very
too.
useful.
But
Fun. Yeah.
I found that ranges. I always want to tell people the ranges are not the container; they're a view over the container. But you get this situation where we have the arrays. The dynamic arrays are the container and the range.
Yeah.
That musses things up a little bit, and I struggled with how to describe them in the book in Learning D, and I settled on implementing a range interface for arrays, and using
Mhm.
I think I used names that did not match the actual range primitives just to get the concept across, and then I eased into the how have you had to explain this idea to this concept to any of your coworkers or to anybody in person?
No, this did not come up.
Hmm.
Yeah. Let me answer a question Matt asks on the pre, premiere. Appender is preferred to just building an array with tilde? And my answer will be yes. Appender uses better optimized algorithm.
And Matt,
And I don't really know why, but Steven Schweighofer convinced me at some point Appender knows it.
I think Steve is in our live stream here. Maybe he can expand on that.
But the question is, are they listening to live stream or
Apparently these guys,
the
I don't
audio?
know if they're doing both or what, but we got some active chat going on here in the live stream. So about 30 some odd people watching the live stream compared to 60 something watching the talk. But I guess some of them are watching both, like me. Okay, Walter says Appender has more information. That's why it can be more efficient.
Great, great.
Yeah, I think Walter answered it, Steve. Well,
Oh, Matt liked the format stuff. He says, is blowing my mind.
yeah, right. I felt the same way. I had no idea about it. Steve
Awesome.
says he loves range format specifiers.
Awesome. And one funny thing, Mike, whenever I prepare anything for a conference, example this one, whatever I'm thinking about or working on pops up on D forums. Maybe it's just selective. I'm more in tune to it, but this format stuff came up while I was working on this, not by me, by others. And other examples are here, like the nested function example for the RGB color thing. Literally, I had a slide for it already, and there pops up a question, and I use it, and that's why I included it. It'll come up later on in this presentation.
Steve says Appender knows the capacity without having to call opaque functions to know whether it can just add more data to the array, so it's much quicker if no reallocation is needed.
Yes. I think it's because slices share the same memory, but only one slice can expand it. All the others must respect no stump guarantee. So Appender owns its own memory, probably, yeah. Oh, and decimal place separator is on the slide now. So useful. Everybody should use this. Otherwise, I'm looking at these gigabyte long files in LS on a Linux terminal. I don't know, is it a 1 gigabyte or 10 gigabyte? I need to count. I know there are options to tell LS to be more helpful, but this should be the default, I think. And the last example I give on this decimal place separator is useful for hexadecimal if you want to separate 2 digits. Now parallel is on the slides.
Yeah, I'm going to go quiet for just a minute. I'm typing something here in the chat, so excuse me. Okay, now I think this when you sent this video to me and I was reviewing it before we edited it, I think it occurred to me this is the first presentation I've seen on standard parallelism, I think, that I can recall. I haven't seen anybody talk about it at DConf. I don't know of any tutorials out there about it or blog posts about it, and this is the first bit of
Yeah.
shared knowledge that I've seen of this. What prompted you to include it?
Actually, I used parallelism. First of all, as I underlined strongly on the talk, parallelism is the most impressive part of Phobos for me. It's amazing. You just say dot parallel and you get a boost. Your loop runs amazing. And it's impressive because you could have written it. The language allows you, gives you the power to do that. So because I've been impressed, I included it in some of my presentations, local small ones, or even I included it on C++ Now conference. Must be 2017 now. I forgot the year. So it appeared, but here I just wanted to make it more available. You know, it's so simple. You can do this. And there's only one gotcha that you should be aware of. And the bug is on the slide right now. That's all.
Somebody says here, Patakirov says, Ali, great tutorial for standard format. I recently needed to explain this to a colleague who is new to D, so I'll now be able just to send him a link to your talk.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, I think I'm going to be linking a lot of people to your talk too. You got some good bits in here. Yeah, I told Ali after I watched the video that he's got, I think, the beginning of an effective D book in here in this talk.
Yeah, I heard that before, but you know, a book takes so much time, as you
Oh, I
also
know.
know very, very well. It is something you need to jump in. It needs to, you need to embrace it, and it needs to, what's the word, grab you. Only then you can do it, I realize now. And that's why I called my book A Happy Accident, because I didn't really decide on it. It just happened on its own. So before promising a new book, you need to be sure that you'll be in that state again. And it requires your family situation. You know, I need time where my son doesn't want to be with me. Like he wants to do his own stuff. I should have these extended times of 2 hours, 3 hours sessions. I don't have it today, but hopefully someday. But I thank you for the nice recommendation.
Here's a question for you, Ale. How does parallel multithreading fare with correct casts to immutable? For example, assume unique. The object doesn't live on the immutable island. It still lives in thread local, but it's no problem? Is it a problem?
I don't understand the exact example yet, but in my experience, which you will see, I'm going to cast share away.
Well,
I'm under the impression as long as you don't mutate it, you're fine. Yeah, go ahead, please.
yeah, well, he's got, okay, let's say you've got this data and you use assume unique on it, you know, right, to get this.
Yes. Yes.
And you know it's unique, but it's not actually an immutable object.
Yes.
Right. So it's
No,
still
but assume unique.
it's still thread local.
Destroys the original one. Oh yes. I admit I don't know how the language works behind the scenes there. Oh, is it thread local really? Oh, good, very good question. Walter needs to answer this.
There you go, Simon. That's a question for Walter.
Okay. Matt is asking, what has the reception of D been like at Mercedes? I'm answering, they accepted it just fine as long as it just worked. And I really appreciate the way the project accepted both the Mercedes-Benz Daimler side and the Bosch side. They were just, well, just give me a tool that's useful. I don't care in what language you wrote it.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
I got
and
it.
Walter says he doesn't know how assume unique is implemented.
Ah,
So this is a question for Andre, probably.
so Walter's listening in the live stream and answering in the video chat. Um,
Yes.
uh, okay. Yeah, I think that's an interesting question about how people accept it. I know here in Korea, uh, I've had a chance to, regularly go inside uh, this company here in Korea using the BPF Korea, but I go in not as a D programmer, but as an English teacher, teaching their D programmers
Mhm.
to improve their English. Uh, and they've recruited not just local Koreans, but they've also recruited globally. They've got some Europeans in there and Americans, and almost with the exception of Matthias Lang and Andrei Mitrovic, none of them had any exposure to D before, but they all picked it up very easily. They all had C++ and
Mhm.
Java experience, and so they got hired and they got on the job and they picked it up. And it did take a couple of them a little bit of a adjustment period, but once they got the hang of it, it was no big deal. But this
Yeah,
isn't a
we've
case.
seen this.
This isn't a case of
Go
selling
ahead.
the language. This is a case of training. But
Yes. Yeah, talking about how this project between Daimler and Bosch accepted D, I'm really, I appreciate the way the project um, really accepted it. Just open-minded people. I guess there was a proof of concept solution written in D, almost complete. There were other competing C++, Python, and yeah, other solutions. They looked at it and said, D is more complete, and this one just works. Why be, you know, why insist on something? And they just accepted it. And going a little bit with the point you raised, I used to work at WECA, and WECA would interview in C++, their employees, but tell them, of course, yes, we're interviewing you for C++, but you will be writing in D. And with the exception of one person out of about 40 developers, they were all just fine, and most of them liked it. One of those developers, I had the chance of working again later on at an unrelated startup company. Even though the startup company CTO would have liked to use C++, that other developer who used to be C++ and worked with D brought D with him to the project. He said, "Why are we wasting our time? D is competitive, gives you a competitive advantage, let's say. Just use it in D," and he brought it there. So it's easy, in my experience too, for C++ people to get into D.
here's one for you. How do you describe D to people? I often have to resort to it's a bit like C++, which is obviously not the whole truth, as they feel very different.
So difficult. Yeah. People are looking for something, some killer app, killer company, killer feature, one thing. And we don't have that. So the way I sell is productivity. It makes you more productive. It gives you a competitive edge. And I think that should be a good selling point.
I always
Yeah.
t- I always
Yeah.
tell people it's like the child of Java and C++, or Java and C rather, because
Oh,
all of my experience before D was within C and Java, and I was always frustrated when I was using one that I couldn't have what I was used to in the other one, and then when I got into D, it kind of fit the best of both worlds for me there.
uh, I had to present D to a smaller team recently. And because I come from C and C++ background, and because the main language is C++ in the project, I always come from that angle. And one of my colleagues said, D is uh, very similar to C sharp for that person, because he likes C sharp and he saw many commonalities there. Okay, I agree with that too. C# is also a common language where people find similarities with.
Well, Robert Shattuck just said something similar to what I said, but where I have the traditional 2 languages, he has 3 going on here. D is what you get when the good parts of C++, Python, Haskell have a love child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never used Haskell, so I can't comment on that.
Me neither, but I remember Andrei's article, or actually Haskell people's own criticism of not being able to write. I think Andrei mentioned quicksort, because if a language is so adamant of no mutation, but quicksort happens to be a in-place mutating algorithm, you need to allocate a lot, I think. But Haskell had improvements since then because other people refuted Andrei's criticism. So I don't know enough to say, but at least at some point it has these, what are we doing? It's so difficult to do certain things, or too pessimist, not optimized enough. But I don't know enough to be sure.
Well, I want to get back onto your talk. I'm now looking at the slides. You're talking about standard concurrency here. And my impression is that standard.parallelism and standard.concurrency are probably a couple of the least exercised areas of Phobos. That's the impression I get, because I just don't see I don't see it being used so much in the projects I look at or in discussions in the forum. So, have you found issues using these packages in your code?
I can't really call anything with parallelism an issue. Maybe I made those bugs myself to learn. It's so simple, slap it there, you gain performance. I compile, so my workstation has 22 cores. I've been on a very much fun recent project where I added on-demand compilation. I run DMD at runtime as needed to generate these shared libraries to link with the application, and it works awesome. Because I have 22 cores, I just compile 1,300 D files, and it finishes in 2 times or so with parallel. If I didn't have that, I think I didn't really measure, but I've seen 40 plus minutes at some point. So it's a huge difference. So parallel is just awesome. Concurrency is considerably more complicated. And you can, because there is, even though message passing is the safe way, simple way of using concurrency, you can still find yourself in these situations. My thread disappeared, what happened? Or you can get into these communication problems. One thread sending a message, the other one not receiving it, not because of Phobos, but because of your algorithms. You need to run a state machine on your own to keep these threads communicate with each other successfully. And my slides are for that. Considerably more difficult, but if you follow some guidelines, it's also a very, very much useful feature, which I, again, as I say, I use in my code.
Okay, 1 second.
This is that catch error part. Let's see what reactions will come to this catch error.
Okay, what I was going to say about that is, you look at the Java world, they have concurrency is part of the bread and butter of Java, right? And you have the classic book, Java concurrency, I think it's the title, the O'Reilly, Brian Getz, what's his name? Uh,
Hmm.
and I know people are still referring to that book today, but it was written in what, 2004 or five, I don't know, several years ago. We have nothing, we don't have that wealth of knowledge in D about the concurrent features. And that I think is an issue. Have you felt blind going into these modules and using these features, or has it been intuitive? If there's anything intuitive about concurrency.
Oh, well, the modules hide the complexity from you, which is wonderful, but it also leaves some questions behind which I did not seek answers for. For example, task stealing message queues are known to be one of the most performant. I had watched presentations C++ in the C++ language by Sean Parent, probably from his Better Code or some series like that. If you watch one of his presentations, he explains how he started with some simple, naive way of doing queue with multiple threads, and he intentionally locks the queue at the inopportune bad moments, and then he improves the design, but he cannot get the performance that he gets from some other library. Why? And it turns out to be task stealing is the key. So to this day, because I didn't research, I don't know whether D's concurrency module uses task stealing or not. Perhaps not, because we don't have a message sharing concurrency. So that might be a good addition as well. But I'm not an expert on concurrency either. These are all bits and pieces of knowledge I gathered along my journey in programming, let's say.
Yeah, I don't think I've touched any concurrency in 10 years or more. Well, we aren't getting any questions in the chat. Just had a couple of them there. And the guys over in the live stream are mostly talking about D language features and stuff like that. So, but we are getting lots of compliments on your talk, Ali. So,
Oh, thank you.
yeah, so that's good. Okay, there's another off-topic question, but I think that's out of your wheelhouse. Okay. Well, what do you see for the future of D at your company?
Too early to say. As I said, there is hope for more D by more programmers. Too early to say in this company, but also looking at other companies, Remedy Games comes to mind. Manu and Ethan used D, and they were the person who kept it alive. As they left, we think it's not there anymore. So given that, probably not. You know, as long as I am around, these tools will live. But at the same time, my colleagues also read Netflix's data science, or there's that ad company in San Francisco, their data science use of D by the same lead person, Benoit, a French guy, I think. So my colleagues are excited because we do data science too. Maybe if Netflix and others use D for data science, maybe we can take advantage of it too. And there was a very recent very recent GitHub article where people compared Mir and other frameworks and found it to be faster than Python. So if you're replacing Python, why not? But sorry, I'm not able to give you a clear answer.
Oh, no, nobody can give an accurate answer on the future.
Yeah.
I was just wondering your prediction. But we have another question here in the Premier Chat, is there a this is from Matt again, is there a performance cost of putting the delegate within the loop? I guess he's talking about your delegates slide.
Delegate nested
Functions.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a cost in the loop itself. So does it reallocate the context for the delegate for every iteration? I don't know. Does it or does it not? There is that famous bug where the loop counter can be shared, but I did not see it in this in the parallelism slide.
Okay, so we got a couple other people throwing in here. Mathis Beer saying it may force closure allocation, I think. And Auburn Sounds, that's Guillaume, he's saying if this is a delegate with a closure, the cost is at the creation freeing of that closure. Calling a delegate is like calling a function plus one pointer arg.
Calling is cheap, but
being in the
will
loop,
it create at every iteration? I wonder.
That's the question.
I think that's what they're saying. They're saying yes.
Well, somebody's going to try it for us. Mathis Beer's going to try it for us.
Nice. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one who doesn't know. But the thing is, the beauty is you can just choose some style that's the simplest, go with it, and then profile, and then change it later on. That's my lazy, pragmatic self recently.
Can you give a short answer to Matt in the chat there about that question about the delegate? Yeah. I'm talking to you and I'm pointing at my computer screen where you can't even see me pointing.
Okay. We think the delegate will be allocated at every iteration, but we are not sure. Somebody is testing right now. Guillaume already answered too. Yeah.
But that didn't include the bit about the loops. We don't know if that's happening every iteration or what.
Okay, good question. This is why we're system programmers. Programmers just know what's happening. But
okay. Look at that, Walter. Walter answered, yes, it is. It's allocated at every iteration.
All right. Cool. Nothing is free.
Now we know. And I can write about this on the blog someday. Speaking of which, when do I get I've got you here in front of the world. When do I get another blog post from you, Ali?
Oh, next week?
Hey, great.
Okay.
I haven't written one in ages either, except the ones related to DConf.
Okay, yeah. Blog posts. I need to be more active.
I've got like 3 series now going, and one of them I haven't updated in 2 years, so I gotta get on the ball, man. That's why I can't wait to get my assistant hired, so I can free myself some time to do it. Okay, here's an interesting thought. Guillaume says he thinks you can no GC delegate to forcefully avoid a closure.
You know, I would have hoped, yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree. They are saying on the chat, on the YouTube channel, that so better to pass a parameter, I suppose. Yes, they are right. But I would have hoped maybe the delegate could do that. You know, a nested function there could realize this doesn't, the context is not being used by the delegate elsewhere. Let me ask Walter. I'm asking him whether the delegate can be optimized to pass parameters
Okay, and
instead.
I've got a question for you from the live stream chat when you're finished with that, when you're ready.
Yes.
Okay,
Ready.
if given the chance, what would you change or add into D?
I'm not ready for that question. Let me.
What would an Ali dip look like?
I think, see, apparent from my forum contributions to DIP, I don't comment on much of them. I don't have my pet peeves. I think I've resolved into some personality where I really don't care. It can be that way or this way too. Maybe I'm not aware of some deal breaking, horrible feature. The Walter's at live is very promising if it comes up. Yeah, I'm sorry to be so quiet on this one, not having an opinion, but that's how it is.
Yeah, I'm mostly ambivalent to new language features myself. They come and I either use them or I don't, but I'm not passionate about them either way. So I'm kind of with you on
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing.
Um,
Passion is the word here for me, for
a-
some reason.
and I have we have something here in the chat from Walter back on the delegate thing about the loops, where Matt says so it's better to pass a parameter, I suppose, and you said Walter, can delegates be optimized to pass parameters instead? Walter says just use a function pointer, or you could use a struct member function, and the context will be the struct instance wherever that
Hmm.
is. So you can get your context on the stack without allocating any.
But it's
Or if
not
it's
as
already on the
convenient
heap. I mean,
as.
if it's already on the heap, you can get it without any new allocations.
Okay, I wrote it's not as convenient as a nested function. Maybe it can be. I think it should be
Well, I think it
able to
sounds to me like we're
optimize.
actually discussing a feature here that you would like to see added to the
Uh-huh.
language.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Yes.
there you go. There's
Oh,
an answer to your
yes.
question in the live stream.
Yes, there is one more thing actually. This reminded me. Other people asked during my past talks whether we could have no cost, no stack allocation fibers. Fibers by default allocate some memory, lazily or not, but you would like to say this fiber doesn't use any stack, just a small little function thingy, or or maybe you can, yeah, yeah, that's what people wanted: cheaper, faster fibers. But again, fibers are that third thing in addition to parallelism and concurrency that people seem not to use much. We don't see it talked much, and as you say, we need some collective understanding of these things better. Oh, the talk is almost ending now. Yes,
I
this
guess
is
that
the
means I got
last.
to update the chat with the next prize in the post-talk Q&A. So hang on just a second, Ali. Feel free to say anything you want to say.
I'm reading Walter's answer. He says delegates and non-static member functions are interchangeable. Okay, he is looking from a different angle. A nested function. Okay. He doesn't see the convenience of writing a nested function and just passing a few of the parameters to this one, but it collects the other parameters from the context for that immediate use. I think is convenient. Okay, this is something I will uh, talk with him.
Okay, I have just let the talk viewers know that when the talk ends, they can come to the live stream. And if Ali answers your question when the talk ends, not before, uh, you will be eligible to win a DConf Online 2020 t-shirt. I'll put your name in the pot.
Okay, I will. Excuse me for a second, please.
Sure, yeah. Okay, well, Ali's gone. We've got a question here in the live stream about ref. Why is the ref keyword only usable in function parameters and for loops? Walter made the decision a long time ago not to include reference variables in D, but I don't remember what that was. If somebody else in the chat more knowledgeable than I may be able to answer.
I am back. It was a mini emergency.
Okay. Yeah, we have a. Do you remember why Walter didn't include reference variables in D?
Error prone is what I've heard. You can find other error prone use cases for other features, but both Andre and Walter were completely against reference variables.
Okay, the talk is over. It's ended, it faded away. So we are now on t-shirt time. Robert Shattuck's talk is coming up in 17 minutes. So I expect him. Oh, is Walter in the live stream? Oh yeah, okay, that's how he heard us. There he is. He's not in the live stream. He's in the Jitsi. He's in our Jitsi instance. Hello, Walter. Awesome. Why are you so quiet? Robert should be joining us in about 10 or 12 minutes, maybe sooner.
I'm so quiet because, well, I didn't want to bother you guys. I'm not sure what all you're seeing, Mike. And
Walter, I'm going to ask that question here. Sorry to interrupt you. So nested functions are so convenient. I pass in one argument, but it uses 5 arguments from the context. Does it have to? Does it have to allocate a context, or can that nested function determine that my context is not going to be used later on, and convert those arguments into function parameters and use it as a static nested function automatically? Because convenience it's very convenient to use a nested function.
All right. Well, what the compiler does do is if it can determine that the delegate does not escape the stack frame, it doesn't allocate a closure with the GC. It's just another indirect reference to the stack.
Oh, perfect. So that answers the question, Mike. It does not allocate.
Okay.
Yeah, and what you can help with that by, if you're passing it, you pass it as a scope parameter. And that the scope parameter ensures that it doesn't escape the function you're calling, which means the stack frame is always going to be active while the delegate is active, and so no dynamically allocated closure is necessary.
Okay.
So that's the trick.
So that's what I missed in my presentation then. See, Mike, I learned.
Yeah, we all did.
I should have learned this
we
earlier.
All did. No, it's good.
Awesome.
Yeah, we all did. All right, we got some t-shirt time going on. And hello, Robert. Welcome to the live stream chat again. Simon in the Simon in the live stream chat window. Is this a question for Ali? Static immutable X versus enum X. I don't know about their runtime trade-offs. It's not really a question.
Okay. So at runtime, Walter is here too. He can answer too. But at runtime, there shouldn't be any difference except for arrays and associative arrays, where enum can be very expensive. Because enum, an array defined as enum, will be copy-pasted into places where that array is used. And copy paste means putting that literal expression down there, and which means at every use, there will be an allocation at every use. So that's expensive. For arrays and associative arrays, no enum. For others, I don't think there's any runtime cost at all. Walter, any runtime cost for enum versus immutable?
Well, it kind of depends on how you use it. Enum is just kind of, like you said, just a way to refer to a literal. It's like in C, you went hash define A as being 3. Okay, it all kind of depends on how you use it, if storage is allocated for it or not. Immutables are not necessarily allocated in static storage either. You can go immutable x equals 3, and it's actually going to be allocated on the stack and initialized, as opposed to being a static variable, which is stored in the static data segment. But if you went enum, there's no storage allocated for it at all.
Yes. So runtime cost is the allocation itself. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have multiple options based on how you're going to be using it. But it's convenient to think of enum like if you're familiar with C and C++, that it's a macro. It just does a substitution at the point where you're referring to the enum symbol. So enums do not allocate memory.
Oh, but they do for arrays.
Only when you use
copy paste. Yes. When you use it, of course.
Okay. There's no memory allocated for it. It's a strictly compile time creature when it is not used. And when it is used, a copy is made of it. And you can tell that because if you take an enum initialized array and then you change one of the values in the array, the enum is not affected.
Of course.
Because a copy was made. So it may look like you're changing the value of the enum, but you're not. You're changing the value in a copy of the enum. Now, if you made an immutable array thing, the compiler won't let you change a member of the array because it's immutable. There is no copy of it. You're all referring to the same thing, so it's not going to let you change it.
Okay, Ali, here's another question for your opinion on an issue here. In regards to Phobos, the standard library, do you think it should grow and include more and more high-level stuff, or should it be kept minimal and the high-level stuff be external?
Because they are asking my opinion, and I think I'm a special person when we look at the programming landscape these days, where everybody has these, including DUB. So many organizations are okay with including everything, importing everything from GitHub automatically as they need. In my use in the company, I don't have any outside dependency other than Phobos. So which means I would like Phobos to be more useful. But it's my personal opinion. Just a second, please.
Okay, guys, we still got time. We've got 2 people in the drawing for the shirt. Any more questions for Ali? My question is, how did I not see that big W in the window here the whole time you and I were talking, Ali? I could have brought Walter in earlier. I just completely missed it, blanked it out.
Well, you know, the treasure is buried under the big W. I don't think anybody catches my reference.
I didn't catch it, but it's funny.
I
just walked right by the.
Well, the movie Mad World, you know, the whole plot is the treasure is buried under the big W.
instead
Old
of
movie
X.
from the 1960s. Yeah, I'm dating myself.
Here's a question for you, Ali. What kind of library and language additions would help your work?
JSON. I had to go around it. I just wrote everything using Phobos and a few additions myself. JSON lacked features, and I know it's slower too, but slowness did not bother me because I parsed JSON at the beginning of the application, but it lacked certain usability features which I wrapped JSON to fix. Get opt. These are all command tools. That's why I'm thinking from that point of view. Get opt also has some finicky. It has a bug. So when you specify your command line arguments, you can have a long name, bar, and a short name. Short name need not be a single letter. You can have multiple characters for the short name. But when you look for the help screen, it puts as if you can use a single dash. So it shows you a dash dash long name or dash short name. That doesn't work. It should be dash dash short name. So that bug I just covered, I call a bug. It might be a feature. Sorry, no interesting answer here for this question.
All right, here's another question. What's your favorite language feature that should probably be removed?
Favorite that should be removed. Oh, they mean infamous. Yeah, I should.
Well, it's like I know in the writing world they talk about killing your darlings, when you're editing. So which of your darlings indeed would you kill?
Oh, the shared attribute or const. Turtles all the way down. I find myself cast away const or not put const at all. I find myself in these weird trapped situations with this a little too strict. It feels a little too strict, even though I agree with Walter why it has to be turtles all the way down. Certain things don't work, like ranges don't work with const because they should be mutated. Copy. Okay, there are certain cases where copying an object from a const also gives you a const, which need not be. So there are these either bugs, I haven't investigated further, but usability problems with this strictness are in the language, which I would like to fix, let's say.
Sorry, guys, I'm tweeting here. Hang on 1 second. Okay, I'm a one-man show today. All right, const is awesome. That's not a question, but I think Attila, I know that was Attila, by the way, and we know how he feels about const.
Yeah, I know.
Ali, have you had a look at Mir algorithm.libmir.org? I think it's an awesome library written in the spirit of standard.range and standard.algorithm, but with specific focus on NoGC, Better C, and C++ interop.
I'm aware of Mir. I did not put any time in investigating or using it, experimenting with it. No.
Okay, next question. Ali, do you use only D features for testing or some other libraries? Could you clarify that question, please? I'm not sure what that means. Do you only use D features for testing or some other libraries? Do you use other libraries for testing or just D features? I guess, are you just using unit test and assert, or are you using any other libraries?
Only unit test. Only unit test in my D code. No, we don't have any other framework for testing. Yeah, at one point, because you don't want to interact with the file system, I abstracted away a file object to being an in-memory object. So I have two versions of it, actual file versus a file in memory. I think the operating system or libraries have facilities for the same, but I just wrote it myself. In unit test, I provide a memory version of a file, and that unit test uses it. So that's been my extension of the unit tests by adding an in-memory file object.
Okay, guys. We're coming up now. We're just around 5 minutes away from Robert's talk, a little less than 5 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and run my magic standard.random program. And Simon in, you are the winner of a DConf Online 2020 t-shirt. Congratulations. If you don't know how to contact me, just send an email to dling.org@gmail.com, and I will I will get your information from you then. I'll have to ask you to prove who you are though first with a comment on YouTube, but other than that, it should be pretty easy. All right, Ali, thank you. Thank you for sharing your time, and I know you'll be back tomorrow for your second talk, you overachiever. And so,
Thank you very much, guys.
Have a good
Thank
day,
you.
man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Robert, you're on, man. What's up? Who are you? What are you talking about today?
A little bit of functional programming and how nobody's talking about that and mentioned D in the same time. Because D is an awesome functional programming language.
Okay, that was my next question, was why?
Fair enough.
Yeah. So what prompted this talk, though? I mean, what was it that made you want to talk about this at this time?
Like over the last year, I found myself more and more using functional paradigms in D. And at the same time, I found myself to having to debug less. And overall, I liked the code better. And yeah, that's what prompted it.
Okay. And how much functional experience do you have outside of D?
Not much. I tried to use Haskell some time ago, and we have this small internal functional programming language at Symmetry.
That would be SIL.
Other than that, yeah.
Which actually we're going to hear about after your talk.
Yeah. But other than that, it's not that much. I mean, I've done a little bit of, like, probably Haskell people are going to pull their knives out right now, but I've done a little bit of functional in Python. But or like functional snippets, I would say. But other than that, not that much. I mean, how to put this? I'm an Emacs user. I'm sorry, I'm a Vim user, and if I
whoa, what's that Freudian slip? What's up with that?
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure. If I would have been an Emacs user, I probably would have had some more experience in functional programming. But yeah, it just sort of came to me after a time that D is really good at functional programming.
And Mathis Beer agrees with you. He says D is, with asterisks, an awesome functional programming language.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, to be honest, I'm just a hobbyist. I mean, this is just for fun for me, the D programming language, any programming. But I had no experience with functional programming before they brought all the standard.range stuff in. And I remember back when I had my blog, the one with D, I remember going on a big rant about it, about how they were bringing, you know, they're changing my language and I'm not going to use D2 and blah, 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 blah. Of course, eventually I came around. But without that experience, I mean, like I didn't have that experience. You say you didn't have much experience. So how did you fall into it? I mean, why are you so enamored with it?
I mean, when I sort of started, that like the first thing that gave me not really trouble, but I didn't like was like if statements. And at some point you realize that you like do some initialization in an if statement and like then like the other branch of the if is not taken, your data is not initialized in like the correct way or the way you want it. And I started finding using ternary expressions. And like over time, I realized that like I wrote like 200 line files without any if statements. And because I was using ranges already, because Phobos is awesome and ranges are all over Phobos, I basically had files without any control statements. And yeah, and then you're, I would say, like 90% of the way to being a functional programmer. Or you are already a functional programmer if you program something that functions, but using a functional programming language. And yeah, and then it sort of spiraled out of control to a degree, I would say.
Attila says to make code as functional as possible, but not more. Sometimes a loop is the way to go, but I still feel dirty. I'm I'm a dirty guy, I guess, because I always go for the loop first. I have to force myself to think functionally. I just I'm not there yet. I don't use it enough.
Yeah, I would agree with it, Helen. That's the cool thing about D. I mean, if you have like pure functional D, and at some point you realize there's this one inbuilt in trend, or this one assembly instruction that like shaves off 90% of your runtime cost, use inline assembly in functional D. I mean, why not? If it works and you can sort of make sure that the stuff you want to achieve with that one inline instruction does what you need to in a correct way, of course. And if you have to have a little bit of object-oriented programming in your functional D, sure, that's the cool thing about D. I mean, it is a functional programming language, but it's also an imperative one, and it's also an object-oriented one, and it's also like fully templatized thing that you can like use in any way you want.
Okay, for those of you in the live stream who aren't on the playlist tab right now, we are watching Robert's video. It's just started. He's on the title screen right now. And Robert, I will have some questions and stuff for you in just a second. Let me do some admin work here real quick, and I'll be right back.
Sure, no worries.
I need to type this text out so I can copy paste it instead of typing it out every time. Here's a. I used to be a Sublime text user, and I'm these days a VS Code user, but I still have Sublime installed for this quick little copy paste jobs like this, or just things that I need to pull up quickly. This is my Windows Vim.
Fair enough, yeah. Like I have a somewhat particular Vim configuration, and when I'm trying to use other people's Vim, it's hell. It's like using a Chinese keyboard. It doesn't make any sense. My hands just don't work.
That's how I feel every time I try to use Vim. I have sat down on more than one occasion with a Vim book and tried to make myself learn it, and just gave up every time. It's an acquired taste, definitely.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay, where are we? There we are. All right. And I've got too many windows open. Here we go. All right, so we are on, and you're talking about higher order functions. You are defining C in this talk as a functional language because you can pass function pointers around. I think some people would take issue with that. I'm not one of them, by the way.
That was the intention. I mean, you have to have a little bit of clickbait and controversy to get people excited.
Somebody mentioned that Chinese keyboards are QWERTY. Didn't know that.
Yeah, but as you might hear, I'm German, and QWERTY is QWERTY with a Z instead of a Y, which really tricks me up sometimes.
Okay, so why would you want to ruffle the feathers of functional purists?
Like as we sort of discussed earlier, the cool thing about D is that it's not pure, like it's not a pure functional programming language. It's not a pure object-oriented programming language. And the way you can program functionally in C gets you pretty much all the benefits you get out of functional programming, at least in my opinion. And just because like old school C programs have all their state in like global variables, that's not the way you have to use it, right? You can use it that way, but you don't have to. And just because like other functional programming languages, who was that? Anyway, just because other functional programming languages force you to not have any global state, I mean, that's obviously one way to do it, but it's not the only one, I would say.
Well, here's an interesting point raised in the live chat. It's not a question, but how do you defend putting a comma, separating a comma on a new line like that?
Because I also did a little bit of Elm programming, and when you ever have like how to put this, if you write out your structs or your struct literals or arrays over multiple lines, that is very easy and convenient to command out certain elements of that struct literal or the array. So the comma is not at, so you don't have a dangling comma at the end. And it actually looks really, really good after you get used to it.
Yeah, a funny thing, when you first sent me the video, I almost was going to point that out to you as an error. And then I saw you doing it on multiple slides. I was like, ah, it's intentional. Interesting.
Yeah. And I guess the good thing about 2020 is we will not meet up in any hallway where I can't run away if you don't disagree with my syntax. So,
so there you go, Feep. Here we go. D has the trailing comma. Right.
Yeah, I replied just Steve. They are in, but they shouldn't be allowed. It's the syntax with the commas at the beginning is way better.
So where'd you get this diagram from? Is this all you, or did you pick it up somewhere else?
That's all me. I mean, that is my awesome picturing skill in LaTeX with ticks. Took me way too long to get that picture the way it's looking.
Yeah, for those who aren't able to see the diagram we're speaking of in the future, if you're watching this, some distant future post DConf Online, he has a diamond here with D at the top, correctness at the bottom, testing on the left, and what was the right side? What was that?
So there's basically like a fully connected graph between testing, D, functional, and one more thing, correctness.
Correctness, yeah.
And
okay, we got to read this one out loud. This is on the live stream. Robert, your talk about, what is that, structurizer in DConf 2016 was interesting. Have you continued this project since then?
No, but parts of that have been used in other projects and actually are used currently internally at work. And but the basic idea of generating like boilerplate and input for other languages has continued in my work quite heavily. I mean, how to put this? As I would say, any good programmer, I strive to make myself obsolete at some point, and I will spend quite a bit of work to get there. And yeah, generating everything, I would say, is sort of in a deprogrammer's genetics.
This is not a question for you, Robert. I don't think this is a general question. Is there a quick check lib for D? And I wonder, Matt, are you talking about a linter? If so, I think we do have one in, what's the name of the D linter? D-lint? I forgot what it's called.
DScanner.
DScanner. There we go. DScanner. Yeah. If that's what you mean by quick check lib, Matt. So I was talking to Ali earlier about how to explain ranges to people, and I noticed you just jump right in to the heavy stuff here. This is not a beginner's tutorial. Anybody who, I'm not knocking it at all. I'm just saying this is an advanced talk on ranges. But I know there are some people who are going to look at this slide that we're looking at right now, you know, file, byline copied, map, joiner, blah, 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 all the way down to the bottom there, and they're going to be lost. When I look at this, even when I'm looking at my own code that I write, I'm lost. I'm confused what I'm reading. I have to actually stop and work through it step by step by step. How does it work for you when you're looking at it? I mean, do you see the whole thing just at a glance, or do you have to stop and think about it?
I mean, it sort of depends. If I've seen it a couple of times, or if I've just read it, wrote it, it's usually there. But the cool thing about writing it this way, like one line by line, is that because of uniform function call syntax, you can actually read it from the top to the bottom. And you just sort of have to carry the return type of the previous line in your head. And that is one of the things I find that makes functional programming in D easy. Like the syntax or the way you actually write it down makes a huge difference to me when I read it. So if that would be one line, or let's say 2 lines, understanding what's going on is, I find, a lot harder than having like one statement at one line. And I think later there's an example where I basically have 2 filter calls just behind each other. And every filter is only filtering out like one condition, or one is looking for one thing. And like very recently, I got a comment on like a code review from a colleague who said, you could join those 2 filters in one filter, or those 2 expressions into one filter. And I said, yeah, I know, but that is intentionally. This is easier for me. And I sort of have the feeling that the use of mobile phones and computers where you can copy paste stuff sort of shrank down my short-term memory to a degree where I can focus on one thing very deeply. But if there are 2 things, I'm lost. And
well, you touched on something there that's interesting. An aspect of ranges I find interesting as they're implemented in D is that there's often more than one way to achieve the same thing, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. But it's not always easy to see which way is the most efficient. And I think it's pretty interesting when somebody will post a question in the forum, how do I do this in range style programming? And somebody will come in with an answer, and then somebody else will come out with another answer, trimming it down or expanding it or whatever. And there's 3 or 4 multiple different answers to do the same thing. It's like all these building blocks. Do you see that as a strength or a weakness?
I see it as a strength. And I also see like, there's like 2 things I would say to learning D. Like one is learning the language itself, and the other one I would say is learning Phobos. And I would even say that learning Phobos and probably knowing most functions or most modules by heart is the more important bit about learning D as a whole than knowing like all the small intricacies of all the D features. Like I would say with like map, filter, reduce, and a little bit of knowledge on how to use functions, most programs are like easily written and easily maintained. Like knowing whether or not a delegate is stored on the stack or not, or like if it's allocated, you shouldn't care. Use Phobos and move on with your life.
Well, the slide just before the one we're looking at now, it said you were giving what your definition of a range is something that for each can something for each can iterate. And when I
Yeah.
first saw that in the video, it made me do a double take. I was like, wow, why didn't I think of that before? It seems like a simple way to explain it. I always describe ranges as a view over a container. But that's not always true because sometimes you have like IOTA, which isn't a
Yeah.
view over any container. It's a generator. So ranges can be generators, but something for each can iterate. That seems to be. I wonder is that the simplest definition we have? Anybody else can come up with a simpler definition, or is this disprovable? Are there other
I don't
things
know.
for each can iterate that aren't ranges?
Like while researching
Static
this,
arrays.
I looked into the D documentation, and the only time the language itself like worked in conjunction with ranges, or ranges were relevant, or the concept of a range were relevant in any way, that was for each. And I mean for each reverse as well, but I mean that's sort of that anyway. Or
Well, Guillaume Auburn Sound says loop first. No ranges for him. Is that it?
yeah,
Objects with op apply are not ranges, and for each can iterate objects with op apply. Right.
see,
That's one way to look at it. But I still like that as a definition for ranges. We could say something that does not have op apply that for each can iterate. So I think that'll get us there.
yeah.
Yeah. How much of this kind of code are you guys using in your symmetry work?
A lot. I mean, D is the main language we use to implement SIL, or is the language used to implement SIL. And there are quite a few people now at Symmetry that program D. And I mean, people's tastes are different. And also, like, if the code works, usually we not try to sort of, we're not dying in beauty and making it perfect. If it works, why touch it again, right? And but for new code, I sort of try to convince people to do it a little bit more functionally, but of course, like people have their own opinions on how to do it correctly. But I mean, the cool thing about the D-conference talk is like, if you get accepted, you get to talk for an hour or so and nobody can contradict you, at least if it's like in the video where you are talking.
Yeah, they can only contradict you in the YouTube comments later on.
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, that's proper scientific discourse, right?
Range types, input, forward, bidirectional, random. Do you find a lot of use for infinite ranges, or any use for infinite ranges? No.
I mean, as the next slide will probably tell us, I find there are only two ranges or two range types you actually have to care about. It's the input type, and there is the random access. All other, meh.
Well, I know there was some talk, I think, if I recall correctly, that forward range is a mistake, or maybe the interface is a mistake. I can't remember the discussion exactly, but there is a problem with the save in that often it's just a copy. Do you know what I'm talking about? This is a form thread that's vaguely in my memory. Are there any range interfaces you would change? Let me put it this way. Are there any range interfaces you would change or eliminate?
I would say no, but then I haven't thought about that like as a means to achieve hard enough. Most of them I find like I have to use most of them sometimes, but like practically I find that if I can't use an input range, I call array on it, making it a random access range. And yeah, that's usually what I do. I can't hear you right now.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I was going to say, what about output ranges? Do you use them at all, or do you just stick with the global put functions?
So like the two things I do quite often is basically have an output range, and at some point I often use formatted write, and that takes an output range as first parameter. And then the cool thing is you can get a logging text writer from files to write out text, but also you can pass in an instance of appender to fill out that. And if you write a function that formats text in whatever way, and the outputter or the output range you use, or the type of that is defined as a template type, testing, so getting output with std out, or putting it into an appender and then writing it to something else is quite convenient.
Well, we have one person in the live stream chat saying that forward ranges are useful. Save is often implicit, and that's considered a problem because algorithms with bugs forgetting save will work 99% of the time. Yeah, does anybody remember this talk? I'm pretty sure it's Andre who was talking about forward ranges being a mistake. I can't remember. KPA, what is this? What's your name? I can't read your name. You just tuned in. Did I miss anything important from functional talk? You missed the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes? How far are we in? I'm not sure. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The video is still going to be there after the talks, after the conference, so you can. In fact, as soon as the video ends, the premiere video ends, you'll be able to go to the website and click on the link and see it from the beginning. So don't worry about missing anything. Well, what would you say to we often sell D to C++ programmers or Java programmers. How would you sell D to a Haskell programmer?
That's a tough one. I would try to say that if people find, or if the Haskell programmer finds Haskell to be too strict sometimes, he should try D. Because you can, as discussed earlier, decide when you want to be strict and when you just want to write a for loop and do it the ugly way, which works and is fastest. And the cool thing is you can sort of jump between the two, or jump between any paradigm in D very quickly. And that is, I think, the strength of D. And yeah.
It would definitely be a hard sell for those guys, though, I think. But yeah, I'm learning more and more about YouTube premieres today. I was certain that you couldn't go backwards in them or stop them, and I'm learning that's not true. You can pause them and restart them, and you can rewind. So yeah, you don't have to wait till it ends. Okay, easier state than Haskell in case state is necessary in a small portion of the logic. That sounds like an incomplete question to me.
Yeah. I mean, there is a little bit of talk about state in functional programming in D later on, so maybe that question will resolve itself at some point.
Yeah, he has a whole section on state in here, creating state and yeah, where are the questions? I don't see any. I haven't seen any in the talk chat either.
No.
Everybody's going to make me keep talking for an hour here. Come on, guys, help me out. Okay, not a question. Oh, okay. I see. That's an option to pedal D to Haskell. It's easier state than Haskell in case state is necessary. Yeah. Okay.
And mostly state is necessary.
Robert, I think you mentioned having used Elm language. How would you compare with D? What do you think about the Elm architecture?
Like the thing I like about Elm is the architecture. So if people don't know, Elm basically is like the Redux pattern of JavaScript or of React is baked into language. There's only one way, like you have a model and you have a view function, and the view function displays that model in your HTTP page or in your HTML page. And then you have an action, and that basically takes your old model, the action, and combines that into a new version of your model. And there's no way around that. And because it's a functional programming language and it's a very small functional programming language, usually what tends to happen is when your program compiles, there are no more runtime bugs. And that is a very strong statement. And so far, I found it to be true. So I haven't been able to get any undefined or any runtime bug in any of the Elm programs I've written so far. And to be frank, they're not that big, but it's a really awesome paradigm. The only problem is if you have a program that requires something else than having a model that is displayed and then you apply one change to it, it becomes difficult. And of course, there's no concurrency in it. And interacting with the command line is quite difficult. So for web programming, Elm, absolutely. And as I said earlier, the syntax or the way of writing struct literals and arrays, I stole directly from them, and I have no shame admitting that. I'm not ashamed admitting that.
Dennis Corporal, I should say thank you for letting me know about the YouTube Premiere stuff. I forgot to say thanks a minute ago for that. We just saw the UFCS slide, in the Uniform Function Call Syntax slide in your talk, Robert. I think a lot of people who have been using D for a long time, and even people coming to D for the first time, enjoy uniform UFCS, especially with range programming. But I know there was somebody who said in the forums recently that he thought it was a bad idea when he gave an example of or he was talking about an example of using a string literal as the argument to write line with UFCS, like hello dot write line. And I'm wondering, in your own use, I mean, do you draw a line on where you use UFCS? Are you willing to use it anywhere on literals and write line calls and whatever else?
Like I saw the example, and I was thinking that for write line and strings, I would use write line opening parentheses and then the string literal. But usually what I find is that I'm using write f line pretty much all the time, because just printing hello world, those are no longer the programs I get to write. So I know, right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And usually most of the stuff I call functions on, and I call uniform function call syntax on, or functions on, are on more complex shape of objects. And on literals, writing down literals is usually not something I do. I mean, if I have to do math, usually what happens is that the input to the math expressions or the math calls come from some data I have to ingest or so, and they end up in variables. So I'm not just writing 42, then divide by 2 as a function call. That just doesn't happen.
Well, I remember when UFCS first got introduced as an official feature and not as an accidental feature of arrays, expanding on the accidental feature, I should say. A lot of people thought it was pretty cool to use it on integer literals, especially with units of measurement time and that kind of thing, and that's pretty cool. But and actually, I guess we have that in the datetime stuff in Phobos, right? We can use literals, but I don't really see that outside in other code. But I tend to view UFCS as like saying, oh, this is a property. This function is a property of this thing. kind of as an extension. That's why I would never use it with WriteLine. I don't ever use it with WriteLine. It's not the complexity of the function call that or WriteFline. It's not the complexity that I think about. It's just what's the concept. And I'm curious what other people say. Give us your thoughts in the live stream chat here about UFCS. Do you have any limits on how you use it? Do you think it's a bad idea? Whatever. What about dropping the parentheses in range?
Yeah, that's.
All right.
That's, I guess,
that
can of worms.
It wasn't standard date time. It was core.duration, core.time.duration. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, sorry, Robert. Go ahead. Can of worms.
Yeah,
Coffee conf.
Sometimes I like it, and sometimes I don't. I can't really say, like, there isn't a fixed cutoff point somewhere. Yeah, it really depends. Like, what I would say sometimes happens, like, for instance, I'm pretty sure joiner doesn't have a second argument other than the range. And I think I've never used parentheses on joiner if I called it via UFCA. But if I use, for instance, a splitter, I think I usually use parentheses, even if I use the default argument. Just to remind myself that there could be something else I want to split on. But yeah, it's to a degree, I think it's bike chatting. You do it if everything else has been said.
Mathis Beer unqualifiedly loves UFCS and dropping parentheses. And here's an argument from Dennis. The biggest problem with UFCS for me is that DCD doesn't autocomplete it. I hear that a lot when we talk about autocompletion and IDE, and so I'm not a user of autocompletion. I mean, if it's there, I'll use it, but I usually don't think about it. And so, but I know a lot of people do, and I don't program enough to worry about it anymore. So, what's your take on that? Autocompletion and UFCS.
Like in Vim or NeoVim with what's the plugin? Like there's one plugin that actually works quite well, and that also works on like free functions. So it's fine. And even if it doesn't, like if I sort of know, at some point I usually know all the functions in my program, at least the most I use. So I just type in the first 2 characters and press some magic on my keyboard, and Vim does the rest.
Okay, and Robert, you let a question slip by without saying it here, man. We had a question in the talk chat. Are these compiler features? Okay, Robert's talking about coverage, code coverage in his talk right now, coverage analysis, and he's talking about the compiler features that you can use to do that. And the question is, are these compiler features DMD specific or part of the language spec, and therefore implementations are required to have, for example, unit tests? And Robert says, I think LDC can do coverage as well. Walter, you're still here with us. I don't know offhand. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if anybody knows offhand, is
yes,
yeah, is the code coverage features and stuff like that, unit test, are they DMD? Well, I know unit tests are in the spec, but the code coverage features, are they in the spec, or are they DMD only?
No,
DMD specific.
That's
compiler.
an implementation thing. It is not part of the language.
Yeah.
It's a quality of implementation thing. They have code coverage built in.
Okay. So we can tell Gabriel unit tests are in the spec and the other stuff is not.
And I think we have an active from Walter.
Here, I'll type it in here.
I'm typing right now.
Okay.
Thanks. There we go. Implementation specific. I should have said implementation defined. But all right, or whatever. Yeah, and that's another thing. Handling exceptions. You're all in.
Yeah.
Some people
I
avoid.
mean,
Some people
yeah,
avoid in range chains.
yeah, but I mean, sometimes you can't. And it's good to know that Phobos has something that can handle exceptions and ranges, even though the handling in this way, like just returning 0 as like the return of that state then might not be perfect, but it's better than sort of aborting the program just because you get an exception.
What do you say to people who talk about exceptions in performance?
I mean, that's again a tough one. I usually see it, or how to put this, 95% of the code I write is not performance critical. Like for instance, right now I'm mostly working on a system that also has networking. So there's like network traffic, and no matter how much work I spend on making the backend faster, the network is still going to be the performance factor. So I would say the same with GC. Don't care. Like if you get to the point where like exceptions and the GC is actually important, you probably have other problems. And like this GC angst, so the fear of the GC, I think is unwarranted. It's just sort of a killer argument to not have to discuss the merits of D. And yeah, I would say just don't care.
Good enough. And we have here in the chat, this is interesting. This is what I love about DConf. It happens in the real world all the time. And here it is happening on the online DConf there. Our conversation sparked a conversation about tooling, specifically about DCD. And now they're talking about starting a thread in the forum to improve DCD. So could we have some DCD improvements as a result of your talk about functional programming? It's pretty cool.
Please.
All right, guys, come on, give me some questions. Somebody's got to have something for you, Robert.
Yeah, either I'm explaining so badly that nobody is able to ask anything, or it's so good
Or
that
so
all the
good.
questions
Well,
people just don't care.
right. Well, Ali said he learned something about handle. Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
that was new to me too. Yeah. That's what I loved about getting the first look at all of these videos. But my memory is crap. So I always see people mention about how so and so talked about something and mentioned something at DConf such and such, and I'm like, how do you remember that?
Yeah.
Those talks are out of my head. By the time I get to BeerConf. The lack of questions, you're explaining everything clearly. Good.
Thank you.
And Ethan is going to copy paste the DCD stuff into the forum to get started on it. Cool. Question.
Well, what I like about FP and D is, it's not a religion. You can take it or leave it. You can have parts of your program in FP and parts of it not, and they play nicely together. And you don't have to really commit to FP to use FP and D. You don't have to rewrite your app. You can go, well, this function would, work really nice as a pure function, and that one won't. And you can pick and choose it as appropriate. It's like with OOP style programming. Java went to the approach where everything is OOP, and no matter what you're doing, you have to fit it into the OOP way of doing things. But with D, you can use OOP or not use OOP as you see fit in different parts of the program.
Here. And
it's kind of the same with the @live stuff. You can use it or not use it where it's appropriate in your program.
We have a couple of questions now in the live stream chat. Ranges and immutable data types. How do we make people test their ranges with immutable? And one suggestion is that from Auburn Sounds, our friend Guillaume, he says you instantiate them with immutable like a boss.
Yeah.
That's it? That's the answer? You agree?
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing about D then again is you like one of the cool things there is static for each, and just qualify your type and instantiate a sign and let it rip.
Pull the plug. And Robert,
Yeah.
would you miss any D language feature for implementation for implementing Elm architecture, perhaps algebraic data types? And you answered this already with a big.
No.
There we go. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, and because everything is there. I mean, the only thing that you have to then do is like stick to the architecture. And the architecture of Elm sometimes is really annoying because you have to like do always this like great big loop in it. And yeah, I think the biggest problem there is that you have to be strict with yourself not to get out of that architecture to have the benefit of it. And yeah, if you can do that for a long enough time, you will probably have very, very easy programs to understand, and probably bug-free as well.
And Mathis has rephrased his question about immutable. How do we make people take immutable seriously as a requirement for ranges to test with?
Yeah, I mean, that's the bigger part, right? Writing the software is the easy part, but convincing people that doing something is correct is the hard part. I mean, I'm trying to convince colleagues at work to do certain things all week long, and I fail. So I'm probably not the best person to ask.
I have to add the questioner from the chat to my list. So I'm going to do that right now. But before I do that, why don't you? I was kind of wondering, what about the state model? I'm not a functional programmer by any means. So I mean, I'm wondering what was your big focus on state here for non-functional programmers? Why were you including this much about state in the slides?
Because quite often, like if you have a long range chain, you're just doing like batch processing, like in the way you would use your bash. But quite often you have programs that have to carry state. And I think that is like an important part of functional programming that like is not talked about that much outside of the functional programming community. And yeah, I wanted to sort of put a focus on that to make sure that people not can just come up and say, it's functional programming, but I have state. And here you have an example on how to handle your state in your functional program. And also like on the next slide or so, or like a couple slides later, I think there's a nice example where one of the D features plays in very nice on how to copy your state and thereby make it very easy to compare like old and new state after a function was applied to your old state. And yeah. And here again, I think is a great example of writing struct literals this way with the comma in front is great because it's very easy to see where stuff is and like what are the order of elements and so on. Just to get people a little bit more annoyed here.
And for people who are watching this stuff, watching this live stream post DConf, we're talking about the section of his presentation that's he's got a find group example where the group is his state, the program state. It's an imaginary program state. That's the section we're talking about here. It's kind of hard to follow along if you don't have the context, I guess. Since we got Walter here with us, with you, do you have anything you'd like to ask him about the current state of functional programming in D?
Walter to ask me or I to ask Walter?
For you to ask Walter, yes.
Actually, no, and I think that's a good sign. It's very easy to do functional programming in D. It's all there. Like, how to
Thank
put
you,
this?
Robert. Usually when a question like that is asked, I get a long laundry list of.
No, like the only thing I think that D can take, especially again from the Elm community, is the Elm compiler has awesome error messages, very detailed, very sophisticated. They take the context of the place where the error is or is occurring. Like they use that quite a lot. And like the only thing I would say is that like the quality of implementation of error messages can benefit from like looking at what the Elm people are doing. And I know the Elm language is a lot easier, but still the error messages are awesome.
Oh, that's good to know.
Well, how much functional do you use in D, Walter?
Not a whole lot, mainly because I'm just when I think of doing something, I always think in terms of loops. And it's a really deeply ingrained pattern in my mind, and it's hard for me to think in a functional programming way. So that's not a fault of the language. It's just more of my experience, just moving to the core, and I do things the way I've always done them, and it's hard to break out of that. But when I'm able to make something functional, I'm usually pretty happy with it because it very rarely has a bug in it. Functional programming, it's also related to making. Normally, when I'd write code before, I'd combine things like gathering information and then doing something with that information. So in other words, I'm gathering information and I'm mutating state at the same time. Sometimes I've taken code that does that and I've redone it into two functions, one of which gathers information and the other one mutates state. And I've been very happy with the results of that. It's the code's much easier to follow and much easier to extend when I do it that way. And that's sort of splitting your code into functional and non-functional pieces. And yeah, when I've been able to do that, I've been very happy with the results. And that's a very different way than I used to program.
What we have going on here in this Jitsi meet is, I think, what they call in game development emergent behavior. You create the circumstances and new behavior emerges from it. My original plan here was for the speaker of each talk to join me, just the two of us, and chat. But Walter snuck in, and I'm very, very glad you're here, Walter. Thank you. That's pretty good.
I'm happy to be here. I'm enjoying this.
We have this question in the live stream. For Robert, do you think no throw by default will hurt range programming? And he answered it already in the chat. So can you go ahead and tell us about it, Robert?
Yeah, so like with the saying that no throw should be the default, I think that is forcing you to do something. And I find that D is about having the choice to do something. And I find there's sort of a tension between having like something prescribed by the compiler as a default, other than doing the choice by yourself. And I often write like a no throw column at the top of my files, but that is my choice and it's not done by the compiler for me. So yeah, I think it will not hurt range programming, but it will maybe hurt your non-range programming. And I also do non-range programming or non-functional programming in these. So like I'm not for forcing people to no throw or pure or no GC. I love the GC. I'm an idiot at memory management.
I'm an idiot at memory management in the real world. All right, so you're still talking about state in the chat. And I don't have the volume up, so I don't know what you're saying at this point. But yeah, there's another thing too. You used neu instead of nie, the
Yeah.
German neu. And I when I first saw that, I said, oh my God, it's just an error. And then I was like, oh, right. Neu is a keyword. Yeah, that is cool. I never thought about that before. Is that common
Yeah.
among German programmers, or is that just what you do?
I don't know. The interesting thing is like most German programmers I know use English in their programs, even for comments. But I was like typing new because I had older new, and of course the compiler said, "Nah, you can't use new there." And then I was like, "Ah, shit, what do I do? Like a 3-letter word for a new thing?" And I realized, I know a different language, and just gonna use that one there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I was happy that I knew it because of Duolingo.
Yeah. Yeah, so the first if statements right now on slide 42. And that's, I think, one of the cool parts. You can use functional programming for a whole lot, but then sometimes creating a copy of an object, like a little bit of template magic and static ifs and static for eaches, and you get your copy of whatever structure you have in very few lines of code.
It maybe my poor memory management is hurting me here, but I don't recall you talking about functional purity in the talk.
I did a little bit at the beginning.
Ah,
I said that D has a pure keyword, and I described it
right.
because that's like the one difference there, or the one thing that C doesn't have.
Yeah, but you didn't really go into detail about it, and I wonder. I don't want to say why not, but I mean, what I want to ask, I guess, is it something you have to think about with functional programming in D?
Usually I find not, like even sometimes I find like files that are full of functional style functions and they're not marked pure. But then if you look at them, you just see that they get some input and then return some output and never touch any outside state or do anything impure.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's. I remember there was this big deal back in the day about the strongly pure and weakly pure, and how we managed to handle that in D. And I think it's been so successful that it's not an issue at all. I mean, it's just yeah, and it just works. Ali says about your deep copy implementation. I have the same at work. In my case, I take advantage of static versus dynamic arrays as well. D rocks.
Yeah.
Nothing to add?
Yes.
There we go. But that's something. I mean, it's do you do a lot of deep copying in your code? You guys deal with like huge data sets, right?
Yeah, on the SIL side, yes. I mean, huge. They are big, but huge. I mean, I think we're not talking terabytes yet, but gigabytes definitely. But right now, I'm mostly on another project, and there I have like a fully fledged group implementation and like members and subgroups of groups and stuff like that. And there I do deep copying, all of it. And I found that to be the right approach, because when I mutate data, like the debugging of it was very difficult. And the cool thing is, if you have like an old state and a new state, and that is deep copied, and you just print them side by side, you can actually, like if you JSON serialize them somewhat, you can use, and if you pretty print them, you can use off-the-shelf diff tools to see the differences. And then it's very easy to find the places where you messed up. So, yeah.
And still no questions, no further questions in the chat here. Yeah, okay. So you know, in my day job, I talk to people for an hour at a time about different topics, but I'm running out of stuff to talk about here on, we're at the end here with Symmetry hiring. How many deprogrammers do you guys have at Symmetry?
I don't know exactly. I think last week we had a meeting with like 32 people in it, but I think that is not all, because now there are people in so many different time zones that some people were sleeping when the meeting happened. So yeah, probably what you should be doing right now, I guess.
Actually, I got my sleep during the day today for part of the day, so I'm good. And I've got
Fair
it's Coffee Conf. So whoops, I wasn't supposed to show the brand. There we go. Coffee Conf.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
will.
considering you're right on a commercial break on the talk as well, so I guess it's fair.
There we go. Yeah. All right. So when this talk ends, if Robert answers your question in the live stream, you will get you will be eligible to get a D-Man t-shirt.
Ooh.
I will be typing that in the chat box real quick. If you have anything to talk about the conclusion of the talk to add to it right now, please go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, I think the most important part is the first statement. If statements considered harmful, I find that code without if statements is a lot easier to get correct. Ternary statements are the future. If statements is the past. It's like the go-to of the 2020s.
I actually agree with you on that. The more control flow you have, the buggier your program is.
Yeah. And also the cool thing is that sort of the argument of like where to break lines, should it be 80 characters, should it be 100 characters or 120? Like if you have no if statements, that is never a question. Like your line will naturally end at like 60, 65 or so. Probably a minor point, but still. Yeah, and here I was thinking I was way under time and had a little bit of an encore there.
Yeah, that's fine. You're the only one who took full advantage of the 60-minute I allotted for everybody. So
Yeah.
I was happy for that. I had several talks that came in at like 25, 30 minutes, and I'm like, oh, what am I going to do with all that extra time? So maybe they'll give me a chance for a break in a little bit. But I think Alex's talk is going to be it's fairly short. It's like little less than 25 minutes after this one. Okay, what's this about not using if statements? What's the alternative?
Yeah, ternary statements. That's the alternative. Or rewrite your code into a range form that you don't need if statements. And quite often a combination of the two. That is the alternative.
I will tell you what, the talk is not officially over yet, but it is in an like an encore mode that he added to the talk. So I'll go ahead and call it over, and I will count this toward the D-Man t-shirt.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, what the feeding character is just saying, I have long lines, mostly due to long type names. And I guess that's like the other big problem in computer science, right? Naming things, like cache invalidation and naming things.
Hey, A. Decibio, please don't leave the live stream yet, because we're going to have a drawing in a few minutes for a D-Man t-shirt, and you are eligible for that. So I want to be able to let you know about it if you win. You're also eligible for the Amazon e-gift card we'll be giving out at the end of the the day today. Here in the live stream around 8:15 UTC, somewhere around there. Ternary is greater than if expressions is greater than statements. Wow, I'm kind of empty here, Robert. Walter, anything you want to throw in?
I was thinking another thing that's related to no if statements and no control flow is a single assignment of variables.
Yeah.
Which is each of your variables is only assigned once and never again. And I've started to adopt that in my own coding style, and I really like the results. It makes the code much easier to read. If I want to reassign a variable, I look to see if I can actually, instead of reassigning it, create a new variable with that new state. And I try to reorganize my code so variables are only assigned once. Sometimes that means breaking out some of the logic into a sub function, like a nested function or something like that. But it really makes the code nicer and more pleasing to read when you do it that way. In the olden days, I would reuse variables, even though they were for very different purposes, because I thought I was like saving stack space. Well, the reason for that disappeared about 30 years ago, and it took me a while to adjust my coding style. The compiler is actually pretty good about if two variables don't overlap in their uses, they can share the same memory location. So the compiler optimizer will do that for you. There's no reason for you to write code like that. So I've been gradually fixing my code not to do that anymore.
No.
But yeah, I think that goes hand in hand with that, the single assignment approach. I'm not sure if it has a name for it, but single assignment works for me.
Okay, Ali has a question here in the talk chat. Okay, you're talking about we're talking about the concurrent programming in your or multi-threaded programming in your Encore here, and his question is synchronized synchronized AB is supposed to sort. Is that implemented yet?
I have no idea what.
I would say no.
You need to type that, please. I don't know.
Oh.
No, not you, Walter. Not okay. Walter can do it, but that was for Robert. That's one of you. I don't care.
No, you were quicker.
Here's a question for Walter. I don't know. Should this count for the T-shirt? This is supposed to be Robert's questions. Okay, we'll count it for the T-shirt. I was just joking. Yeah. I'm not that cruel. Walter, many of the languages we use at work have a single assignment feature. For example, const in JS. However, D's transitive doesn't always allow that. For example, in ranges. How about using final for that?
Oh, I've thought about that many times. I think final on variables would be a good addition to the language. If I recall correctly, there were some syntactical ambiguities with the existing uses of final, which would have to be addressed. But I thought many times that would be a worthwhile improvement to the language. Another thing you could call it as is head const, which would also alleviate Ali's complaint about the lack of flexibility of const. So head const would be like the way C++ operates, and it would also enforce single assignment rather than it just being some stylistic issue, which is, the way I'm doing it now.
Well, actually, he said after his question, he said also head const is useful for concurrent programs.
Okay, well, I'm not very experienced with concurrent programs, so I'll take your word for it.
Okay, we are.
Yeah.
Else. Okay, all right. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, we are in D-Man time here, D-Man T-shirt time. Normally we give out our D-Man T-shirts to donors, or sometimes we toss them from the podium. I know Ethan, was it Ethan tossing them last year in London?
I believe so,
yeah. And I remember he got angry at me for ruining his joke about somebody lost their DConf shirts. So if you want a D-Man shirt, ask a question. If Walter or Robert answers you're in the drawing. We have 2 names so far. It's a 50-50 chance, depending on the quality of the implementation of standard.random.uniform.
Return 0.
Do you have a D-Man t-shirt, Robert?
Yes.
Okay. Synchronized AB does what Robert explained, difficult to implement.
It sort of depends. I mean, if you think about like what you have to synchronize in order to do the action or to change state of that thing that is shared, it usually is not. I mean, the synchronization doesn't have to come, or the sorting doesn't have to come because of sort. You can also just like hard code that. You just have to make sure that everybody's using the same sort of static coding or the static sorting then. But you can also try to contradict one of the other requirements for deadlocks that also works the same way. But I find that sorting the or breaking the cycle by sorting is the easiest.
Attila says he's wearing his D-Man t-shirt. Screenshot or it didn't happen. I'm wearing my 2013 DConf shirt. There we go.
Oh, cool. You're the best dressed man so far.
Yeah. Your mine is sort of has been washed too often by now, and the logo is slowly disintegrating.
Mine's actually holding out pretty well. I'm surprised. I do wash it.
The trick is never wash it, Robert.
I do wash
Yeah,
it.
I think my wife wouldn't approve.
Okay. Alexandru Militaru's talk is coming up in about 7 minutes, so I expect to see him here in about 2 minutes, hopefully.
Yeah, I agree with Ali. It's sort of strange. I'm seeing I saw myself for most of this talk like 3 times on my screen, and that was really strange.
And Attila is giving us the screenshot. Okay, there we go. He's got his D-Man shirt.
So there's actually like one more question. What feature am I missing from Dub? And I would say the dependency resolution should be re-implemented. There is
being very quiet. See. Yeah, I mean, most people are trying to mix.
Hey, we got some audio going on here. Yeah. There we go.
That was me, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So Peter asked, what feature am I missing from Dub? I mean, 1, it should be faster, and 2, the dependency resolution should be redone. And I tried to start work on that, but then I got sidetracked with other things I had to do. So yeah, one day.
Okay, any other questions for Robert or Walter? Or I guess Attila, since we got him here. All of them will get you in the running for the D-Man shirt. We've only got 3 people. Do you have any thoughts to express on Robert's talk, Attila?
Functional good, if bad. Whiskey good too.
There we go. Alex isn't here yet. We're just about 5 minutes away from his talk. I hope he gets here soon. Robert, you're free to stay around. Attila, Walter, all of you can stay around if you want to. You're welcome to stay
Yeah.
around. I don't know if you're free to stay around. That's what I meant to say. See, I'm losing my English.
Fair enough. Das ist okay.
And there he is. There's Alex. How you doing today, Alex? Hello? Alex? Alexandru? And it looks like we're having some audio difficulties here.
Hi, can you hear
There.
me?
Yes, we got you. All right. Good deal.
But I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Okay, he'll be back. All right. So your talk is tomorrow, Attila. You got the second keynote. Anything you want to say about it while I got you here?
I think it might be slightly controversial, but other than that, I guess we'll see. I think it's going to be hard as well doing the Q&A today before I do the talk, because I'm pretty sure people are going to ask me things I'm going to talk about tomorrow, or not be able to because I'll be talking about them tomorrow and I don't know what's coming up. But then again, I guess they can do that in the Q&A after the talk tomorrow as well, so it's no big deal.
Controversy. That's how you describe your talk, controversial.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how people take it.
Okay, guys, we're waiting for Alex to come back in. His talk is starting in 3 minutes. If you need to take a break, now's the time to do it. Apparently, we're competing with a SpaceX launch today. A couple people dropped out to see it. Can you hear me now, Alex?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, we are good to go. Why don't you give us a little spiel about your speech and your a brief introduction?
Okay, so I'm Alexandru Militaru. I'm a master's student and I'm in my last year of studies. I'm also working as a consultant for Symmetry Investments, and I use D in my daily work. I'm generally interested in operating system and compilers. This is my second time at DConf. Last year, I've talked about how I use D to strengthen the security of a Linux kernel module. And this year, I'm gonna talk about one of the projects that we are developing at Symmetry called Silkling. So we created a D-based domain-specific language called SIL. Robert talked about it a bit. And we use this DSL internally. And the aim of the project that I'm presenting today, and which is called Silkling, is to let us call C++ libraries from SIL. And the key point, I would say, the key point of the project is the C++ just-in-time compiler provided by CERN and called Kling that we are using. And this just-in-time compiler provides reflection information about the C++ code, and that's how we are able to call it. But I don't want to say anything before the talk starts.
Yeah, that's fine. So SIL is the Symmetry Integration Language, correct? That's the, yeah.
Yes.
So can you give a little bit of background on SIL before the talk starts? What do you guys use it? Yeah.
This programming language, it's used mostly for bulk data processing and I think risk reporting. The aim of the language is to have a system where we can integrate all sorts of other languages and systems and be able to call it. And it it is used by our practitioners in their daily work.
Anything else?
I don't know. It's a language of functional flavor, and I'll give more details in the talk, I think.
Okay, that's good. All right. Yeah, I watched your talk, and I've watched everybody's talks, and I just don't remember all the details on all of them, unfortunately, which makes asking questions a little hard. I just remember highlights. Uh, so, how did you get the job at Symmetry?
First, I had an internship for 3 months. I wanted to work a bit more on D because I'm not that experienced with D programming. I started 1 year and a half ago with my bachelor project, and then I was really impressed by the D language, and I thought that it would be a good thing to continue to use it in my projects. So as I've said, I started with an internship for 3 months, and after it, I continued.
You went through. Did you go through Asvin and Eddie's class at? Yeah.
Not really, because the class was I mean, the D summer school. I suppose you are talking
Right.
about
That's
the D.
what. Yeah.
Well, the D summer school was created after.
I see. I see.
But yeah, we have a very nice lab in University Polytechnica of Bucharest, and I think there are about 20 people who are working on D, and the number is growing. We have each year new students who are working at projects that have to do with D for their bachelor projects, and I think there are about 3 students right now who are participating in Symmetry Autumn of Code, which is something like Google Summer of Code, but for the D language. And yeah, it's we have a very nice collaboration with the D Foundation in our university.
Yes, I am intimately involved with the Symmetry Autumn of Code, and the 4 students you guys have in the program right now. I was happy to see so many coming from the same place, applying for the program. And your talk is starting just now, describing Symmetry integration language as a D-based domain-specific language of functional flavor, what you just said. Do you find any difficulty going between multiple languages in your job like that?
Not really. I really like this aspect because working with many programming languages, it's and integrating different programming languages is something that I really enjoy. And yes, creating this plugin, working on this project to be able to call C++ from our internal language was really interesting for me.
So do you do any work on SIL itself or just on SILcling?
No, I'm not working at SIL itself, but it depends. I mean, if I need something that I need in SILcling, but it's not implemented yet in SIL, I can write something and extend the SIL's functionality.
So would you recommend this approach to other people who are trying to integrate different projects, different languages?
What do you mean by this approach?
This approach that you're using with like the SILcling in the middle to load in the C++, it kind of acts like a buffer, right? Like a facade or whatever.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a tough question because this is a really particular case. It's about C++.
Well, okay, let
because
me, the reason I ask is because, I mean, we have some support for binding with C++ in D, but it's not complete, it's difficult, it's hard. So do you see this kind of approach as better, superior to binding directly with C++, in your experience, if you have any opinion on that?
No, I don't. I'm not actually able to give an answer, but I think this approach it's good because that's the only way we can call C++ from our DSL. But if you are using D, you can use these bindings for C++ without creating any other buffer. And
Well, I was just thinking, like in Java, you had like the Java native interface to bind with C and C++, and with D we can do it directly. But I just, it's easy to bind with C. It's not so easy to bind with C++, and I don't know if we'll ever be there 100%. Walter, Attila, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be 100% either. This is why I haven't really worked in DPP for a while, because I'm not entirely sure how to progress given some of the things I saw and the difficulties actually getting them done. I don't know. I need to sit down and think about it and try to hack my way around it, but I haven't done it in a while. And it's a tall order for certain things. I mean, if you have an OOP library in C++, it shouldn't be hard at all. It's when, other features come into play that things get hairy.
Okay. Do you guys have any plans to make SIL? It's not open source, right, SIL?
no, it's not for the moment. But we thought about making it open source. The only thing is that it's pretty strong coupled with SIL. So SIL, it's obviously not open source. So we have to do some work on that. But there was a plan about that.
Okay, no questions in the chat. Yeah, talking about a domain-specific language like this, I have no knowledge of what do you guys exactly? I mean, do you process data with SIL?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, domain specific because it's used in a specific domain. Like,
Well, right. Yeah, I know.
yeah, these are general purpose because you use it for general purpose.
Yeah, but I was just wondering. I mean, I'm trying to remember all these talks that I heard from Symmetry about Excel and about the competing with Excel from Robert and the SIL, and I'm getting it all muddled in my head, so I'm a little confused about that. But I like what you're doing with the image facial recognition thing here. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Expand on what you talked about in the talk.
Basically, in that example, I'm using my plugin to call an open source C++ library called dlib, and dlib has face recognition algorithm. So I just call it using Silkling. I don't think there's much to add about it.
You guys aren't using dlib in Symmetry, are you, for that? Yeah, not at a financial company. What about the network stuff? You were using ASIO. Do you guys do a lot of network programming there?
Not really, but we are interested in various C++ libraries. So I thought that testing my plugin using Boost ASIO, because it's a well-known library, can be useful for in the first place for showing the power of Silkling, and as a second point for finding bugs.
Ali says he loves the SIL logo ASCII art.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Where does that come from? Who designed that? Who put that together?
I'm not sure. Maybe Adam, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I suck at ASCII art. I've always tried to do it. Anybody have any questions for Alex here? Obviously, I'm floundering. Attila, do you work with Silkling at all, or with Sil?
No and no. Whenever I have to do anything still related, it's mostly to do with the implementation of the language. You know, really architectural stuff like, I don't know, low-level implementation details, even organization of the source code itself. Right now, I'm focusing on getting it to build with Reggae, for instance.
So now you're talking about the Clang and LLVM interface.
That's the architecture of Silkling.
Yeah. How did you have any issues getting all that stuff to play together nicely, to get it all to work together?
Yeah, actually, I didn't start the project. A colleague of mine, James Thompson, created the project, and much of the project, from the architecture point of view, it's was done by them. But I had some issues with CPPYY, because basically they are providing the reflection API over Cling for C++ code, and what happened is that the guys from CERN who developed this framework use a particular version of CPPYY, but the CPPYY master, it's created by some other guy, and they are not the same. And for example, I had to take some specific bits from the upstream, some specific bits from the roots project's CPPYY, because they had different, they took different paths.
We got some clarification from John Colvin. I didn't realize he was around. He says Adam designed the ASCII art initially, and John modified it a bit. So there we go. We got the answer on that. So the CPPYY, I had never heard of this before I saw your talk. And it's a wrapper around Cling, originally created, from your slide here, originally created for calling C++ from Python. Why did you guys? Well, you weren't involved in the decision to go that way. Had you ever used CPPYY before, or heard about it, or knew about it before you started working on this project?
I personally didn't, but I can't give an answer for the whole company. I can't hear you anymore.
I'm sorry, I turned my mic off. How much of a learning curve was there for you to come into this project in progress?
I had very much many things to learn, because there was basically the layers that I knew before were LLVM and some of Clang, but the Cling stuff, CPPYY, and then obviously SEAL, because when I joined I didn't know about it. I had to look over everything.
Were you able to get up to speed very quickly, or did it take a long time, or what?
The code was very well documented, the Silkling code, the existing code base, and I could make progress easily.
All right, guys, help me out here. If you have any questions for Alex while he's here, please go ahead and let us know.
I have one. So this whole CPPYY thing, from the slide, it says it provides the reflection mechanism. How do they do that? I mean, how did the Python library provide reflection from what, libclang? I don't understand how that's done.
So there's Kling, who, I mean, there's, from our perspective, we talk with CPPYY, and we have some C++ code, and we tell to CPPYY, well, I want to call this code, and CPPYY takes it, creates a wrapper on the fly, and sends it to Kling. And what Kling does is to just in time compile that code, and once the code is compiled, obviously he can provide answers about its types, its functions, and so on. And what CPPYY does is that it can query Kling for you. I mean, I can call functions from CPPYY and say, I want to know the return type of the function that I've just compiled. And CPPYY will talk with Kling, which has the AST, and will get that information back to me.
Yeah, performance is not an issue for you at all?
At the moment, it's not, but we plan in the future to have some profiling sessions, but no, for the moment, no, because the tool, it's not entirely finished, so we are still working on it.
Yeah, this is a really interesting presentation, by the way. You went over everything in pretty good detail.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't do it in only 15 minutes.
Right. For those of you who haven't heard this, which is probably everybody, this was originally supposed to be a kind of a lightning talk, a DConf Online version of a lightning talk. It was supposed to be about 15 minutes. And Alex emailed me and said, I cannot get it down in 15 minutes. The best I can do is about 23, maybe 21 if I cut out some really important stuff. But I told him just to go ahead and go with it, and we'll drop the lightning moniker.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I think it turned out. I think it turned out really well. Yeah, but I'm really having a hard time trying to think about what to ask you about it, because I mean, I know so little about what you guys are using it for internally, and why don't you? Is there anything else you could tell us to save me from struggling over here? Anything you could think of that would be interesting for people to know about SIL or about Silkling that you maybe didn't cover in the slide?
Yeah, maybe some people would be interested how because Kling, it's some kind of interactive compiler or interactive interpreter or just-in-time compiler. I've seen all these names in the literature, in the papers, and maybe they are wondering how it's possible to have an interpreter for C++, because if you think about Python, you just write Python and you start coding there in the interpreter. And how do you do that? Because you can have expressions at the global namespace level of C++. And what Kling does is to take the input that the user gives you want to declare a variable and then to use it in a for loop at the global namespace level, a thing that you are not able to do in normal C++, then Clang will complain. And what Clang will do, it has its transformation engine, and will take the error from Clang and the AST, and its transformation engine basically wraps the code in some functions as to be valid C++ code, and then those functions are called somewhere else.
I can tell you why.
Yes, please.
Please do.
The reason was that decades ago, a summer student, I think it was a summer student, it could have been something else. But anyway, a student at CERN wrote a C++ interpreter. And for some reason, people there thought it was a good idea to write scripts in C++. And they did this with the interpreter that the student wrote. And the reason Clang does any of the things it does is so it can run the scripts that have been powering the research there for decades.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that because I remember reading about a C++ interpreter from CERN in a Wired or somewhere several years ago, and I was wondering if Cling is the same thing or if it's a derivative project.
Yeah, it's basically a derivative project in the sense that let's do this the right way instead of writing our own interpreter. Let's use an actual C++ front end to do it, because there were a lot of problems with the old code in which somebody would write what they called macros, but basically the C++ script. And if you compile them, they would work because it was C++. But if you try interpreting them, it wouldn't, because the front end was different and it was incomplete. And as Walter can tell you, writing a C++ front end is not a trivial task. And I don't know how long they worked on it, but they did, and then left CERN, and then people started writing scripts in C++, and God only knows how many millions of lines are there in these C++ macros, as they call them. And they had to make them still work. And if you JIT compiled, then you could do away with a lot of the performance issues.
How many people do you have working on Silkling right now? It's not just you, right?
It's me and a colleague of mine, but I think now it's only me.
See, yeah, and I guess the real question is, do you enjoy it?
Yes, it's pretty interesting.
What's the most interesting part of it for you?
Combining languages, working with D, Sil, and C++ at the same time.
I'm not going to ask you which is your favorite. There's only one true answer, one right answer, man. No,
yeah.
but yeah, that's what I was getting at when I was talking earlier about having like the interface between C++ and other languages. I don't know. Are you maybe that's a discussion for another time. But people always ask on the forums, like, can I use D with C++? What can I do? What can't I do? And I think nobody really knows the full story. It's really hard.
Maybe Walter can help us here.
Yeah, I don't think Walter knows the full story, actually. I could be wrong. Walter?
Could you repeat the question, please?
We're talking about, yeah, if we're interacting between D and C++, if you're binding with C++, I mean, what's the current state? I mean, what is it that you can't do? What is it? Do you know the full picture, or does anybody know the full picture right now?
Pretty much, if your C++ code is C with classes and templates, you should be able to make it work. If you're using more advanced features of C++, you may start having difficulties. So if you keep your C++ use fairly modest, you can make it work. And also, if you're willing to adjust the C++ side of things, the possibilities for connecting them get a lot larger.
Well, I'm just wondering what the possibilities might be of using something like Cling and CPPYY as a interface between D and C++. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Well, that's what we were just talking about here. So, Attila, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I considered sticking it in DPP in a certain way, but what stopped me from doing that is, number one, time, and number two, Unfortunately, when I wrote DBP, I broke my own rules and I made it hard to do that, so I'd have to re-architect it first. Every time I break my own rules, I regret it later. Every time I say, it's fine, I know what I'm doing. No, I don't. Stop breaking your rules.
Dexter. Yeah, Alex, do you have any thoughts on that? That's what I was asking about earlier in the opening. I mean, what would you think about using Cling or implementing a interface between Cling and D, between C++ and D with Cling? And by the way, Alex's talk is over. So if you ask a question right now in the live stream chat, you will be eligible to get a D Rocket coffee mug.
Mike, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. This is something that I asked you earlier, and I guess I confused you a little bit. But what would you think about using a Cling-based project to interface between C++ and D, like Attila was just talking about? He thought about using it for DPP.
Yeah, I think it would be but really interesting thing, because having reflection information about C++, it's really valuable, because C++ at the moment, from what I know, doesn't have a very generous approach to provide the static reflection. So that's it. I think I remember discussing at some point with Attila, and he was complaining that there are some templates that he is not able to translate because he doesn't have some runtime information. But of course, with Silkling, you can do that.
No, not exactly. Some things are untranslatable to D because they don't exist. To give an example from the C++ standard library, is reference T is a template that evaluates the true or false depending on whether the type you pass to it. So it's a meta function. It's a meta function that maps a type to true or false to a Boolean. Is this a reference or not? Now, D doesn't have reference types, so I can't write that template in D. It's impossible for me to do that. Now, not only does that exist in the standard library, as you can imagine, it's used in the standard library. And if it's used in an enable lif somewhere, I'm even more screwed. How do I write that in D? I can't.
I see, yeah.
I can't even humanly translate that. I, as a human, can't translate that template. Never mind the program I write to do that in the general case. And that's where I stumbled, and that's where I basically stopped working on it because I didn't know what to do after that. Still don't.
Yeah, but you were trying to translate C++ code into D, but I think the point was I mean, the point of Mike's question was just to call C++, right?
Yes, but some things that are calling depend on the template stuff. So, for instance, Eigen is a library in C++ that uses expression templates, and I can't see how you can do that with Cling at all. I mean, how? I mean, you'd have to write the expressions in C++ as a string and then pass it to Cling.
Yes.
So I just don't see how that can work. And that's the issue. And why am I focusing on that? Because I want people to be able to migrate over to D from C++, but still use the same code, not have to give anything up. And that is the whole thing. I mean, this is the crux of my talk last year.
Okay, I forgot, I got to interrupt this here because I forgot at the end of the previous talk to actually select a winner for the D-Man t-shirt. So I've just run my super complex standard.random.uniform program, and A. DeCibio, are you still here in the live stream? You have just won yourself a D-Man t-shirt. So if you can please email me at dlang.org@gmail.com. I will get back to you on how to claim your t-shirt. All right, remember we're giving out a D-Rocket mug to people asking questions here. Amanya, is this a question for Alex? Does D have a reflection API? I think we can all answer that.
It's the STD traits, I I think.
Yeah. Yeah. We can do compile time
coupled
reflect.
with the traits from the compiler itself.
Anybody else have any questions for Alex about Silkling? Yeah, I think this is a problem with the C++ binding. This is going to be with us for a very long time, I think. This is going to be like Fermat's theorem on Star Trek, where they said it had never been solved, and then 4 years after the episode aired, somebody came up with a solution.
Well, I don't think it'll ever be fully compatible. But it can be sort of, if you're willing to be flexible, you can make it work. They're like corner cases in C++ that are different from the corner cases in D. And, you kind of would need to stay away from those corner cases in order to be compatible. But for the pragmatic programmer, it's doable. Things like the ranges in C++ are very different from the ones in D, and being able to interact with the C++ standard library algorithms is always going to be difficult. But also kind of maybe you're best off just looking at being able to exchange data back and forth easily, as opposed to the details and the subtle details. Like one came up the other day is how POD, plain old data, is defined. Well, it's defined slightly differently between the two languages. And if you're on that spot where things are different, you're going to have some incompatibilities. There's just no getting away from it unless you turn D into C++. And you make it an enhanced C++ rather than a different language. You can't alter semantics without diminishing interoperability.
Okay, Laith says here in the live stream chat, I think he's talking about Silkling here. The main thing is that there's considerable overhead. It's not free, but it allows you to use C++ libraries to get a first working version quickly. If you need zero overhead, you can replace it later.
Yeah. I mean, I've also done a lot of interacting with C code, and that's fairly easy, but still there's a couple of edges where you need to, be flexible with interfacing with C in order to get it to work.
The only one I know of that's still left is macros that aren't easily translatable to D or at all, especially because macros in C and C++ don't need to be parsable code by themselves. They might need the context. So,
well, I ran into trouble with in converting C, because C does not have the concept of modules, and in D you have a function can be declared in multiple places, but only defined in one, and how you do imports and how you do separate compilation, sometimes you got to kind of shuffle things around a bit to get C to play nicely with a module system.
yeah, my solution to that has been using DPP with only one include, several includes per file, but only one DPP file, because that way I just sidestep all of that, because I've had problems with that as well.
Right, but you're being flexible is what you're doing.
Well, I'm putting everything in one namespace in D, and that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, that works unless probably your code exceeds a certain size. I kind of wanted to keep the same structure of the code with the files and the header files, and I had to do some non-trivial reordering of things to get everything to work right.
Okay, this is Peter missed some of our discussion, and his question here is something that I asked about earlier, I guess. Can Silkling be used from D to call C++ without having to go through the whole Sil language? And Alex, your answer to that is?
My answer is that Sil, I mean, instead of Sil, I think there could be many other programming languages, but I'm not sure. I can't say about D, but I think we can call CPPYY from D. That's for sure, and maybe we can use it. I think there's a good chance to be able to use it.
Okay, Lath said, where did it go? You could use cling to generate low overhead bindings and wrappers because it's tough for DPP to handle all possible headers and recursive includes. And regarding the open source, it says Lath says the D wrapper for cling is on GitHub, but it's a bit stale. Okay, any other questions for Alex before we let him go? Thank you very much, Alex, for taking the time to answer the questions and put up with me. So anything you want to say before you go?
No, thank you very much for this chance, and it was a pleasure.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Hope you stick around in the live stream chat later on.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody, the Ask Us Anything with Walter and Andre, sorry, Attila, Walter and Attila is coming up in about 8 minutes, according to my clock. So prepare your questions if you have any, and we'll start asking them then. Right now, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. If Attila wants to regale you with any knowledge,
No, I'm
feel
gonna take a break as well. I'm gonna go get myself some beverages, a pint of water and a bottle of beer. So I'll be back in a bit as well.
Okay. So what I will do is
I
will
go check out my coffee machine.
All right. So I'll step away and I'll put the title screen up, and we'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Okay, as soon as Walter and Attila get back, we'll be able to start our Ask Us Anything session. For those of you in the live stream, Amin Ya, if I'm pronouncing your name right, are you still here in the live stream? The one who asked about reflection?
I'm here.
Oh yeah, hi Walter. Yeah, I'm talking to one of the commenters. Amin Ya, are you still in the live chat? Okay. Okay. I apologize up front if my camera goes wonky. I've got it on a motorized gimbal, and apparently the gimbal doesn't like holding it up if I lose one level of battery. So I'm charging it as we speak. If it falls, I'm going to have to come up with another solution. I'm using my phone, by the way, as a webcam. That's why I'm in this situation. All right. Walter and Attila, it is time now for the Ask Us Anything. So all of you guys here in the live stream chat, it's up to you to ask the questions now. I want to sit here and say nothing for an hour. Nothing would please me more at the moment. So if you have anything to ask Walter or Attila, now is the time to do it. Anything at all related to D&D development, off-topic questions, it's up to them if they want to answer them. I'm ambivalent. So before you start asking the questions, I'll give each of them a chance to say some opening remarks. Walter, take it away, please.
Oh. Well, I hope you guys all enjoyed my at-live controversial proposal earlier. I'm curious on, since you've had an hour or two to think about it, if you got any opinions on it, and I'd like to hear it. See, other things I've been working on, I've made a push in the last couple of months to just go through the bug list and remove a whole bunch of annoying problems with the back end. Like I, cleaned up a lot of long-standing issues with the inline assembler, and then I went through and fixed a number of code generation bugs. Those are all just kind of housekeeping things, but having a code generation bug is really really annoying because it silently doesn't work, and it's really hard to see what's wrong with your code when it's the compiler that's screwing up. So I enjoy fixing those things and getting all that stuff cleaned up. And if you have a code gen bug that isn't reported, of course it won't ever get fixed. So please report your code gen bugs and all the other bugs to Bugzilla, and that's the only way they're going to get fixed.
Attila.
Well, I hope you enjoy my controversial talk tomorrow. Obviously, I can't ask you what you think about it yet because that hasn't happened. But yeah, I don't know if I have anything else than that. I hope you've been enjoying the talk so far, and it keeps on happening till tomorrow as well. And also looking forward to hearing some good questions, especially if they're hard, because they're also exploring.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Favorite color is easy.
Yeah, make us earn it.
Well, I'm going to start with a softball to get you guys going. What do you think is the biggest pain point in D right now in the current state of the game, with the features we have now, the things you see in the community, in the forums that people are talking about? What do you think is in your mind is the biggest pain point right now?
The biggest pain point appears to be when people scale up their use of templates, they start running into all kinds of capacity problems. And I know Stefan has worked on that with his type functions as a way to greatly improve the performance of that. And I have a PR that's sitting on GitHub right now, which allows alias reassignments in static for eaches, which also promises to fix these major performance problems when you use an awful lot of templates and when you have a lot of recursive instantiations of templates. All those cause the compiler to run very slowly, consume lots of memory, and sometimes even run out of memory. So that appears to be the largest pain point at the moment with deprogramming. And I'll be happy to get a fix or an improvement incorporated in the compiler, at least to reduce that down to the level of the other issues the language has.
Attila.
Personally, I'd like to even echo what Walter's saying, because for me, build times are the worst thing for me. Personally, in my daily usage of D, that's what's annoying me. As a whole wide community, I think convincing people of D's value and to adopt it, I think, would be the main issue. And that's obviously a hard problem to solve because it involves meat bags. So.
Have you been watching Supernatural?
No.
That's what they call when angels or demons possess them, they're meat bags. So just curious.
I see.
All right. We have a question from Matt. What's on the roadmap for D in the next year or two?
Well, probably the obvious things are the things we're talking about. And the things we're talking about are the at-live programming, fixing the template problems. Steven Schweighofer is working on some ideas for a new version of Phobos, Phobos 2, if you like, that will incorporate a lot of our more modern ideas in deprogramming, because as the language has evolved over time, the way we use the language has also evolved over time. And Phobos is a bit of the way we used to do things in D. And doing a Phobos 2 is a way to rethink that and do it in a more modern and basically ways we've learned how to use D better over time. A major focus of Steven's work is to have Phobos and Phobos 2 coexist peacefully with each other, which should pretty much eliminate the upgrade problem. The idea is you can mix and match using Phobos and Phobos 2 without causing problems. And I think that'll make it much more attractive to gradually move into using Phobos 2. It won't break existing code. So we have a lot of high hopes for that. Another thing, I'm not sure if Mike has put the proposal out yet, but there's a dip on perfect forwarding to add to D, and that should put us on a par with C++ with their ideas about perfect forwarding. That's also been a significant lack. One of the things I've tried to do in the last year, but have failed, is simplifying the language by removing features that no longer mean a whole lot anymore. But every time I try that, somebody comes up and says, I've built my whole life on this one feature. And so it's hard to remove things from the language. Like one of my recent efforts was to remove lazy from the language because it's redundant with various uses of delegates. And I felt that the delegate feature could completely replace lazy, but I ran into resistance on that as well, which is frustrating.
Anything to add?
I think D has too many features, and it's time, and a bunch of them are really, didn't pan out or been supplanted by better or later features, and it'd be nice to do some pruning, shall we call it that. And lazy is one of the things I thought we could prune and get rid of. Other things I'd like to do, as I've mentioned before, is de-emphasize exception handling. I'd like to make Phobos work just as well, but not rely on exceptions. I don't know if we can attain that goal, but I'd like to get there. Another thing I'd like for Phobos 2 is for it to be a so-called header-only library, where you don't have to link with anything. You just import those modules and you can use the code from it. This has been an enormous success in C++ to having header-only libraries, and I don't see any particular reason why we can't do it that way too. It solves a lot of annoying problems when you can include a library as just header-only. Well, for one thing, you can select which switches and have it apply to the library too, instead of being stuck with whatever the switches the binary of the library was compiled with. I just think it's pretty cool. So those are just a few items on the agenda for next year. I'd like to see a lot of progress on it in next year.
So it's hard for me to answer what's going to come down the pipe because I don't know, and neither does anyone else. I don't want to spoil my talk tomorrow by saying, you know, what I want to be coming down the pipe, because I'm going to mention that. But so one thing is what I want to happen. Another thing entirely is what's going to happen. And besides that, I also don't know what the community is going to do. Maybe some great work is done by someone with ideas that have nothing to do with me and Walter are with regard to the language, and you know, we never saw that coming, and maybe it gets in. So it's really hard to predict the future, so I'm not going to try to. And what Walter said, though, I want to say that I'm not sure header-only libraries were a great success C++. The only reason they exist is because it doesn't have a package manager, and nobody wants to know how to build your code. Also, we have header-only libraries right now. All you have to do is, well, all you have to do is have a source library target type for a dubbed package, and there you go. I think some of the issues we have, though, is with Phobos. In the past, because of version switches and stuff like that, we've had linking problems because we distribute Phobos in binary form. And then if somebody compiled their code with a different set of switches than the binary form that they have, they'd get linker errors. So that could bypass that. But then we could talk about maybe different ways of distributing Phobos.
Okay, this is related to somebody mentioned when you mentioned Phobos 2, Walter. Somebody, I guess, missed the first part. He asks, "What's the status of Phobos 2? Did anyone start working on it?" And yes, Steven Schweighofer is working on it, but I don't think we know what the status is right now. You'll have to ask Steve. But I want to move on to
very early stages.
Right, very early stages. So, what are your thoughts about design by contract?
I have Meyer's book on design by contract back in the 80s, and I read it and was very excited about design by contract. And I put it in the C++ compiler I was working on, and as far as I can tell, nobody ever used it, which was disappointing. But that's true of a number of features I put in the C++ compiler, and they didn't use it because it was non-standard. So I thought, oh, with D, I'll put it in, and since it'll be a standard part of D, people will use it. Well, that was true for a number of features that people ignored in C++, but for contract programming, well, people are using it. But I've been kind of disappointed in contract programming. When I use it myself, it didn't really seem to deliver what I was hoping it would. It's hard to justify using ins and outs rather than just using asserts. And so at one point I floated the trial balloon idea of deprecating the input and output sections of a function, and that sort of brought out of the woodwork a whole bunch of people who were using it extensively and liked it. So naturally it stays in. But I guess I'm not seeing any great way to extend it or make it more useful, because I don't know of a way to make it more useful. It kind of is what it is. But personally, if I was doing D over, I probably would have left the feature off. It's a rather complex and tricky to implement, and it's had a number of bugs in it which have resisted fixing, and that kind of plays into it too. It hasn't really caught on outside of D either, which to me also suggests that it's an idea that is just not pulling its weight. The asserts, on the other hand, which is the most basic contract, actually work out very well in D, and I'm very happy with them. It's just that the inputs and output sections just don't seem to, from my perspective, deliver enough to make them worthwhile. But that said, I know people use it and swear by it, and so it's going to stay in the language, but it's not my favorite feature.
Well, it hasn't had much success outside of the language in a certain way. It was proposed for C++20 and didn't make it because it wasn't considered to be ready yet to make it, but it would probably be in C++23. So I don't know if that's going to validate that or not. I like to say that I like contracts, but at the same time, they're like comments. They're a failure. If you should be guaranteeing if there's a compile time, and then if you can't, then use contracts to try to guarantee that at runtime, and hope that your test suite has enough coverage that it will trigger things that shouldn't be happening. Other than that, what Walter said, basically they're assertions for the most part, but I do like the fact that they're a little bit separated, especially with the new shorter syntax. And there's also a question of people being able to turn them off. There's a semantic difference between saying this is an in contract and just some random assertion, I think, that makes it more useful, but not that much more.
Well, C++ contract programming has been proposed multiple times over the last couple decades. I'm kind of wondering what's different this time that it got more traction with C++.
I don't know. I do know that one of the problems they had was whether or not it should apply to constexpr. And my reaction was, why wouldn't they? And I immediately fired up an editor and did it in D just in case, to see what would happen to CTFE. And of course, it just worked as expected.
Okay, what are the practical parallelism limits of a dependency-driven, fiber-based front end?
Oh, brother. I've definitely thought about that, and the compiler or the language is designed so you can have multiple threads working on it at the same time. But the problem is it seems kind of pointless, because with make, you can do a multi-threaded make if you're using separate compilation, and you're multi-threading and you're getting the multi-threading without doing any work, and you get it and it speeds up compilation. And so it's just hard to kind of justify trying to refactor the front end to be multi-threaded.
Well, Walter said, I mean, if your code is big enough that threads would help, then put it in different modules, and there you go. Why is your module ginormous?
Now, there are some downsides. The lexing pass is independent of the parse step. It's conceptually independent. But it turns out if you actually make them independent, then you have to store all the tokens after you lex it. Right now, the parser consumes tokens just as fast as the lexer is creating them. So although they are independent, if the parser is able to consume them as fast as the lexer can produce them, you don't have to store them anywhere. But now if you make it multi-threaded, now you have to construct a pipeline of tokens, which is going to cost you memory and time. And I can't escape the feeling that you're going to lose as much as you gain with that. Another problem is I looked into, if you import 100 modules to have 100 threads lex them independently, The difficulty with that is the Lexer stores all the identifiers in a common table or in a common associative array. So every unique identifier in your program is stored exactly once, which makes for a lot of convenience because you can compare if two identifiers are identical simply by comparing the pointer to the identifier, which greatly speeds up the symbol table, reduces memory consumption, all those goodies. But now, if you're lexing them in independent threads, you need to have synchronization on building the identifier table. And it just seems to me that the synchronization would destroy the value of, would cost so much time that you really wouldn't see much of any gains in lexing speed. The same goes with the string table. The string table is common among all the modules being compiled, and so you can't make the threads independent of each other, even though they are conceptually independent of each other. For performance reasons, having them synchronize with each other is going to be needed. So another thing is, long ago, I fixed the file I/O so that reading files was independent, because that was one thing where there didn't need to be any communication. You just read the file and put it in a buffer. And when you list a whole bunch of files on the command line, would start a thread for each of those in order to read the files, and the files were all read concurrently. And testing after testing showed it simply did not speed things up, especially. And the reason it doesn't is because the memory disk caches and SSD drives have just destroyed the performance problem with file I/O. So there was no gain with this. And finally, somebody submitted a pull request to just disable the asynchronous file I/O. You can still find traces of it in the source code, but it turned out to I did some experiments, and if you had your source file sitting off on a network or on a floppy disk, it would actually speed things up. But nobody compiles off of a floppy disk anymore. Although you could argue people argue with their pulling the source code over a network. But so my experience with that kind of dissuaded me from trying to make the compiler more concurrent. And since, -J on make gives you a concurrent compile anyway, it just seemed like a waste of time to work on that.
Or better yet, don't do anything with Ninja. It'll use all your cores because it's silly to actually request -J to specify the number of cores. Just use all of them.
Okay, here's a question for Walter. At work, we use various compilers that have watch mode and recompile only the parts of the source code that have changed. For example, function level granularity, not just separate compilation. For example, code compile for one of our mobile app projects takes 3 to 4 minutes, but hot reload on the device takes less than a second. What are your thoughts about adding such functionality to DMD?
Well, I have a boring anecdote about that. Back when I worked at Symantec, Uplink was our linker, and I know that Uplink is everyone's favorite linker in DLand.
Yay, Uplink!
But at the time, the guy who wrote it, Steve Russell, that's all he did was write that linker, and it was the fastest linker in the world by far. And he made a lot of money selling that because it was completely compatible with Microsoft Linker, only it ran several times faster, and everybody bought that. Microsoft, in an attempt to speed up their linker, introduced incremental linking. where if you just change one object file, it could link it by, instead of regenerating the whole executable, it would just patch the executable. And the amusing thing about it is oftentimes it produced a corrupt executable, which would just crash. And then the workaround was, go do a full link and it will fix it. But that's just illustrates one of the problems with doing things incrementally. But the real issue is we had this big meeting at Symantec where they said, well, Microsoft has an incremental linker to speed up linking. We need to do incremental linking to speed up linking too. And some of us ran some experiments and pointed out that OpLink could do a full link faster, much faster than Microsoft Linker could do an incremental link. So really the problem was not that we didn't have incremental linking. We were just doing a bad job of marketing the fact that how fast our linker was. So that's always kind of filtered into my distaste for incremental compilation is the bird flew into my window. That's the first time that happened. I lost my train of thought here. Your first problem is trying to do an incremental compilation without introducing a long list of subtle bugs because you didn't update the data structures correctly. And then the second problem is well, if you're going to do it incrementally, you're going to have to store information about the state of the compiler in various positions in the code, and you have to save that state somewhere. And the act of saving that state and then reloading it, to me, is likely slower than just simply concentrating on making the full compile fast. And so that's what I've done with DMD, is the concentration was on making the language easy to write a fast compiler for and to make the compiler itself as fast as I could. And then first off, you'll get correct compiles without all those bugs. And second of all, it's going to be fast without having to do all that work to write an incremental compiler. So that's been my focus. Just make the compilation fast and you don't need incremental compilation.
I think it would be awesome, but I have no idea how you retrofit that onto the existing code base, and especially without introducing bugs. I think from a practical point of view, I just don't see how, and that's assuming that the incremental stuff will be faster, but there's only one way to know, and I just don't see how that could be done properly without writing the front end from scratch, which I'm pretty sure nobody wants to do.
Well, on something related, I did pre-compiled headers for the C++ compiler, and how that was implemented was the symbol table was rolled out onto the disk as a memory map file. And it took me some months to implement that, and then I spent the next 2 years fixing bugs in that. And it was always, everything works if you don't use pre-compiled headers. If you use pre-compiled headers, you get this weird problem. And it left really a sour taste in my mouth that is the wrong design. Trying to roll your data structures in and out of files is a very difficult thing to do right if you want to make it fast. To make it fast, it didn't serialize the data structures. The files actually reflected the memory layout of the structure, and then what I would do is, writing the files out, I would readjust the pointers so they were relative to the start of the file. Okay, and then when I would read the memory map file back in, I would add an offset to all the pointers as to where they actually were in memory. And this was a great scheme. It was fast, but there was always the issue of when you have self-referential data structures, have you added the offset to the pointer yet or not? And you didn't want to add the offset twice, and you didn't want to defensively just add all the offsets, because then you had to read the whole memory map file in, and you wanted to only read in the parts you were actually referring to. So the end result was I learned a lot writing this, but it was really a buggy experience of mine, and not something I care to repeat doing, because you can lose an awful lot of time into making this work. And I don't see the payback isn't guaranteed over just simply working on making it fast.
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt for the flow of things for just a second. I forgot to mention, I don't want to mispronounce your name. Is it Petar or Peter Kirov? I believe you have my email address. I know I'm pretty sure I have yours. So you can email me or directly, or dling.org@gmail.com, because I forgot to tell you, you have a D-Rocket mug with your name on it. Well, not literally, but it's going to be yours. I'll just need to get your information. And I should also mention that everyone asking questions in this Ask Us Anything right now, I am putting your name in the Magic Standard.Range.Uniform program that I have to win the opportunity to select any item from our D-Ling Swag Emporium. T-shirt, mug, sticker, sweatshirt, whatever it is you want, you pick one and it's yours. And that's going to be the prize for this round. And so for our next question, I believe comes from Snarwin. Currently, I'm sorry, Simon N. I skipped right over yours here. What's the state about proto-object? How does proto-object behave with interfaces? For example, can one specify that an interface shall or shall not support opcomp? Is anyone aware? Are you guys aware of the state of proto-object?
No, is anybody working on it?
I'm not working on it.
Yeah,
I'm not working on it either.
Yeah, I know that was Andre's thing, and I believe it was it Razvan or
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
or Eddie, one of them. So nobody knows about proto-object, and so here's something for my to-do list, I guess, to figure out what's going on with proto-object. If anybody's in the chat who wants to speak up, who's in the know about the current state of proto-object, please don't be shy. Let us know. All right, next question comes from Snarwin. Currently, D is a language with a number of distinct subsets: the @safe subset, the DIP1000 compliant subset, the better C subset, the subset allowed in CTFE, etc. Trying to write generic code that fits into two or more of these subsets is often quite painful. With the introduction of @live, it will only get worse. Do you have any plans to address this?
Well, first off, DIP1000 is part of the language now. It isn't a subset. It was the switch was put in there to so people could try it out to see if it was working. But experience has shown that DIP1000 is actually working very well, and I would expect non-DIP1000 code to be deprecated. So you should stop doing. You should not write a subset that doesn't use DIP1000.
I'm confused because DIP1000 just allows you to write more safe code, so I don't see how that's a subset of a subset. It actually increases what could be put into safe, and right now you don't have to write safe code either. I'm also confused why you'd have to somehow write code that works in CTFE or not. And also, if you don't do these things correctly, the compiler will let you know, so it's not like it will fail at runtime.
Yeah, the only real subset there is the better C subset. The rest is all part of the language. I mean, you can mix and match safe code and non-safe code with pretty much with abandon, however you want. You're not you don't have to decide which one you're going to do.
Well, especially if your code in particular system, you can call all of it anything that's valid CTFE. It'll be fine. If it's safe libraries you're using, that'll be fine as well. I don't see how you'd be limiting yourself.
Yeah, it's like I think we just discussed earlier today. It's you can do OOP style programming, or you can do functional style programming, or you can do both, and they don't interfere with each other. So you don't have to decide you're going to use this subset, which prevents you from using another subset.
And even somebody writes a Barrett-C library, again, you don't have to write Barrett-C code to use it. I mean, if that works in Barrett-C, it will work with whatever it is you're trying to do yourself.
Okay, I'm trying to follow. I'm not sure if this is a conversation, if these questions in here are directed at you guys. Ethan was talking about incremental linking.
Incremental linking is not a language feature. That's a linker feature.
Right. No, I'm not saying he was asking you. I think it's part of a discussion going on here. I'm trying to follow it. Here's one from Steve. Is there a plan to document DIP 1000?
I thought it was documented. If not that well, we better have a plan to document it. One thing I started doing a couple of years ago was I just pick a random page in the spec and go through it, comparing the description with the implementation and fixing it. And I made a bunch of PRs from that, but the effort kind of petered out because it would take months to pull the PRs, and I just kind of lost focus on it and went on to other things. But that's something I should probably start up doing again, is just go section by section through the spec and improve it. I did notice at the time that a number of sections, the older ones in the spec, are written in a kind of a juvenile manner, which is really not the right tone we want to take anymore. And those things pretty strongly need to be upgraded with a more proper approach to the prose than that. It's kind of, some of it's kind of juvenile, kind of sloppy. It's just not where we should be with specification. Specification should be, dry and thorough and complete, and should avoid clever things or clever ways of saying things and jokes and things like that. All that stuff should be removed from the spec. A tutorial and a spec are two entirely different styles of writing.
Okay, and I can add something. Steve expanded on his question there. He's saying that the DIP is marked superseded, and the reason that it's marked superseded is because the implementation got ahead of the of the DIP, and that was sitting there for a long time before I even came in as DIP manager. And I asked Walter. He informed me. Well, actually, I think it was DiceBot who informed me that DIP 1000 had no relationship to the implementation anymore. And I asked Walter at one of the DConfs what he wanted to do about it, and he said he was going to think about rewriting it to update it, but then he decided not to, and just to go ahead and do the documentation. So that's why I marked it as superseded rather than accepted, because it's out of sync.
I don't think it's in the spec though. And definitely what's in the DIP itself is not what's being implemented, because I know, because I read it and then I wrote the code and it didn't work. I know how it works now, but through trial and error. Yeah, we need to fix that.
I'm not sure what the state of it is in the spec. If it's not up to date and correct, it's not in the spec at all?
I don't think so. I'm not going to bet on it, but I don't think so.
Well, that's on me then.
Yeah, that needs to get fixed.
Okay, yeah, well, there's a problem.
All right. So we all know what to do over the coming months to prod Walter in the forums. All right. And Matthias is asking, is there a plan to enable DIP 1000 by default?
Yes.
Specifically, he wants a timeline.
We could do it now, but I suppose that would be inappropriate to do that before the spec is complete. It's fixed on.
I think we need to turn on warnings for. I think we need to change the compiler first to emit like the equivalent deprecation warnings for everything that has a preview switch right now. so that then people have an incentive to change it and we'll know what's going on, so that we can switch preview to revert. But then when we switch it, they should get, you know, some sort of messages first so they can migrate, because it's been long enough. I think with DIP 1000, it's hard to break anything. But I don't know if that would happen or not. I mean, it only expands what you can do. So, but I think importantly, we need to have a transition plan from preview to revert, including deprecation messages for, I don't know how long, but some sort of time period, and then basically go through all of them and switch preview to revert after, you know, they've paid their dues and shown that they're useful. Like DIP 1000 is definitely such a case, and go through each one of them, because we don't want to have these preview switches on forever. Don't even want to have revert on forever. And yeah, it's been long enough. We need to work on that.
Yeah, but sort of on a more meta level, DIP 1000 didn't get a lot of traction when I first started working on it, but I'm very pleased that it has. I think it's delivered on what it promised to do, and it's a good solid feature now.
Well, Matthias brings up the point here that many libraries do not work with it, and he gives the example as vibd does not compile with DIP 1000 right now.
Does it use scope everywhere? I'd have to look at it later, but I do want to know why.
Well,
maybe it uses in everywhere.
If you take the address of a stack variable and pass it to a function that doesn't label the parameter as scope, well, it's not going to compile without DIP 1 or with DIP 1000.
Yeah, but only in safe code, and vibe.d definitely isn't safe.
Yeah, well, without seeing what the issues are with that, I can't really.
Yeah, me neither. I'd have to look into it, but well, it's good that Matthias knows what's going on, so that at least we know what the problem areas are, or at least some of them anyway.
And they may
so
actually
try to fix that ahead of time.
They may be late bugs in the vibe. Who knows?
Quite possibly.
Okay, this next question, I can answer this one myself. There was a sponsored position to help review GitHub pull requests. Has it been a success? Yes, it has. The announcement is coming sometime after the conference. We want to hold off before we announce who's getting the position. We actually have 2 people taking the position. We offered it originally 1 person at $50,000 a year, and 2 people to split that. And this is sponsored by Symmetry Investments, for which we're all very grateful. And they have selected 2 candidates to fill that role. One of them will act as kind of a manager position, and the other one will act as a technical position, something like that. So we're going to be asking the community before we make the announcement. We want to define specifically the roles for each person. What are their responsibilities? And so sometime in the next week or so, I will be putting that up on the forums, asking for feedback. How do we define specifically the responsibilities for these 2 positions? And once we've established that and we know what's going on, we're going to go ahead and make the announcement. But they won't be starting the position until, I believe, in early January. But yeah, we do have 2 people. They're going to be the pull request and issue managers, and they're going to be paid to keep our pipeline clean. Okay, and let me see. Does DMD have any architectural issues which preclude compilation of legal D? If so, which of these would not be resolved by a dependency-driven front end?
Well, there are many architectural issues in DMD, but I don't know of any that prevent it from compiling legal D correctly. So I'm not really understanding where this is coming from.
Can you clarify, Bruce, maybe a little bit? And while we're waiting on him to clarify, we have a question here. Does D support OpenGL? Yes, D supports any C library. You can bind to it directly. Is there any hope for the sent and usent types to be implemented soon?
Oh, the main issue is what to do about 32-bit code generation. Because to store a cent, you'd need 4 registers to do that, and the backend just isn't set up to handle a 4-register type. One possibility is to not use the code generator at all for it, to do like complex numbers are done, make it a library type for 32-bit compilation. So that's a possibility. In fact, implementing the whole thing as a library type may at least work out, at least to get something usable that way.
Okay, and we have something. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
guess that's because there hasn't seemed to be really a big demand for it.
Okay, and Bruce gave some. Sure, as can Stefan. Look to dependency nesting. Okay, so back to the question: does DMD have any architectural issues which preclude compilation of legal D? If so, which of these would not be resolved by a dependency-driven front end? And you're saying look to dependency nesting.
I don't understand.
Okay, Stefan
And
is.
even if I did, I'd ask what would be solved by that kind of thing. I don't know what the I don't know what problems would be solved by this that we have right now. I also don't understand the question.
Okay, so Stefan's given an example here. Static if cannot be properly resolved in some cases because the dependency on deferred nodes is not expressible in how DMD tracks dependencies.
I don't know why it's not expressible. The compiler internally does know the dependencies. It may botch up evaluating it, but it knows everything a declaration is dependent on. So I don't, again, I'm just not understanding the architectural issue. You know, problems come up when you have circular references. But, you know, the compiler usually detects those and gives you a nasty message if it can't resolve it. Some things are just unresolvable. Like if you have a static if inside of a struct, that changes the size of the struct, and the static if is testing the size of the struct. You know, that's a circular reference, and that should fail if you try to build such a thing. Beyond that, I guess I'm not really understanding the problem.
Okay, I think I'm getting.
Yeah, but that's fundamental, right? I mean, if a static if can add a member and then you're testing the size of the struct, then is there any architectural change that could fix that? I mean, that's a fundamental problem, isn't it?
I don't want to fix that. I want that to fail, not have some pick some arbitrary resolution for that. No, the static if it doesn't always produce the same result, should fail to compile.
I guess there's another example on this point. The fact that DMD does on-demand semantic analysis is what causes a lot of weirdness in the first place, so-called compile time race conditions.
Well, all race conditions in the compile time stuff should be a compiler error. As I mentioned before, static if should always produce the same result. And it should not be.
I guess if it's not compile error right now, then file a bug, right?
Yeah. And I don't think there's a general solution. It's just something, if you find an error in it, to file a bug report, and we'll try to, stamp that one out. I know we fixed a lot of bugs over the years with that, which, and the compiler's gotten a lot better about dealing with it, but the compiler was never re-architected all.
All right, I think I got all of the big questions there. We've got a couple of questions that other people are answering. about OpenGL support and stuff like that. All right, guys, got any more questions for Walter and Attila, or I guess me, about the dips? It'll help if you do an @ the D-Language Foundation so I can see it. I didn't realize YouTube supported that. Should have been the first thing I
There's
tried.
one there about deep performance compared to modern C++ 20, and the answer is there shouldn't be any difference.
You're talking runtime performance, right?
I was expecting that that's what they meant.
Okay, because sometimes they mean compile time, sometimes runtime. Yeah, there shouldn't be any difference between C++ and D and runtime performance, except in some cases, D is able to generate better code because it has more semantic information available to it than a C++ compiler does. For example, immutable. The optimizer in D can take advantage of something being immutable, whereas you can't in C++ because constant C++ is more of a documentation thing than an actual semantic thing.
Okay, and we have an example posted here of a bug where static if does not always give the same answer. Issue number 19458.
All right, well, there you go. It's posted on Bugzilla. That's good.
That's where it belongs.
That's where it belongs, yeah.
Is D another DSL language?
No.
No.
I don't think so. It's a general purpose language, not a domain specific language.
It's the opposite of a DSL. It's huge and has lots of features.
Come on, guys, this is your chance.
Yeah, you get to throw things at me.
Us.
I've got my hockey mask on, you know.
Hey, Attila, DConf is next door, man.
Yeah, I think Attila wandered into the wrong chat room here.
There's nobody at the DConf chat, obviously, because everybody's at.
Everybody's here. Yeah.
I was going to give you hell about it, Attila, but then I realized it is actually evening for you.
It is. It's nearly 8 p.m. and also I'm in my own home, so I'll do whatever the hell I want.
Okay, we got a couple more questions coming in here. What do you think of the Crystal language?
I know next to nothing about it.
Isn't that the Ruby-like one? That's all I know.
Oh my God, we mentioned DConf and Ethan's coming out of the woodwork here. Here's another question. What hobby projects are you, Walter and Attila, currently working on outside of D-Lang repositories?
As if I have time for hobbies. I wish. Basically, all my hobby projects would be D-related anyway, and the stuff I would like to be working on, I have a slide for that tomorrow.
Well, I keep being sorely tempted to fix the computer strategy in the Empire game to use a neural network. I struggled for many years to come up with a successful computer strategy for it. And after reading some stuff about neural networks and how they worked, I realized I was well on my way of reinventing neural networks without having any idea what it actually was. And I thought, boy, these days I could make a computer strategy that's really effective if I trained it with a neural network. So, and it's really hard to not work on that. I don't work on it because it would be useless, although it would be a lot of fun.
Okay.
So it's hard not to do that.
I think another way to answer that hobby thing is that the good news for me, I'm lucky enough that my hobby projects became what I get paid to do. Unfortunately for me, my hobby projects are what I got paid to do, so.
So yeah, I think about that, and I work on some toy programs now and then, like my text editor. I fixed a bug in it yesterday. There's no reason to have my own custom text editor. I just enjoy working on it, frankly.
Okay, Ethan says they expect to see your beer in BeerConf later, Attila. And Ali asks, uh-oh, Ali asks for a comment on GC and performance, please.
Well, you can write performance code with the GC. And I've done that. And the trick is you never run the collector. You just allocate.
Even better, don't allocate.
Yep. Yeah, the fastest form of allocation is to design your algorithm so you don't need to allocate. Also, stack allocation comes for free, so
Nearly free, one instruction, but yeah.
Yeah, and not only is it for free, it's hot in the cache. So I always try to get things allocated on the stack as much as possible. Then you get RAII for free without even exception handling.
When does DMC get updated to a recent DMD?
EMC?
DMC. Are you going to rewrite DMC in D?
Oh, I already did. It's on GitHub.
Okay, so yeah, I guess that's what he's asking is when does it get updated to a recent DMD? I guess it doesn't compile with the latest DMD.
I haven't tried it with the latest DMD, but the backend is shared with DMD, so of course, that part is compiled with the latest DMD.
When did you?
I upgrade the DMD compiler when I decide I want to use one of the newer features of D.
When did you rewrite DMC in D?
I think about a year ago.
Oh, I don't remember hearing about it. That's interesting. Okay.
He's been talking about it with Barry C and how he managed to convert it, like piecemeal.
Oh well, I saw him talking about.
It was the motivator to get better C working properly.
Oh, okay. Did you mention it in your Munich talk?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't either. I just don't remember. I remember you talking about make. All right, there was another question here. Okay, the question about Crystal earlier. He says, yeah, Crystal has Ruby syntax, but compiles and runs fast. Is Crystal a competitor?
I have no idea.
Mainly other languages developed by big tech companies that drive their improvements. How do you see D and the D community could deal with that? How could big projects in D appear? How can we get more big projects in D?
By being the best we can be.
Yeah, making the language so enticing that people have no other choice but to. I mean, this is like if we know the secret to that, then this conference would be a lot larger. The thing is, this is hard. It's like, how do you start a company that ends up being a unicorn? I wish I knew. It's a hard problem to solve. But like Walter said, let's be the best we can be, and it's enough.
One thing I find very satisfying about D is we have companies making a lot of money because they are using D. I mean, that's the best kind of validation is people are using it. They're using it productively. They're making money with it. It's their secret weapon. All those are, great things about D, things we want to encourage.
Okay, now I originally envisioned this to be 1 hour, and we have just about hit 1 hour, and we got 15 minutes until Matthew's talk. But if you guys can stick around 10 more minutes, we can do 10 more minutes of this if you want to.
Yeah, I can stick around. I have to leave soon, but that will depend on people actually, pressing my doorbell, and they haven't yet. So.
Okay, cool. And Walter's a permanent fixture today, so I don't think he's going anywhere. What meta programming code expansion factor do you experience in your day-to-day D programming? Mix-in expansion, template expansion, static for each expansion, etc.
What's an expansion factor in this context?
Yeah, I'm
How
not
big
sure.
the resulting code is?
Yeah, we're gonna need more clarity there, Bruce.
Because if that is the amount of code that the compiler writes for me, my goal is always loads.
Well, I'm still a modest user of templates, but old habits die hard. Sometimes I'm surprised that people who write code that is nothing but templates, and I just am not in that mindset.
Present.
Yeah, I tell it. I was thinking about you. You know.
I can't write C++ or D without using templates. Like it just doesn't happen.
Okay, expansion factor is what the human would have had to type.
Right, so that's what I thought it was. Again, I strive for loads. The most the compiler can write for me, the less I have to write myself, therefore win.
Huh. Well,
but I wouldn't know because I didn't measure. Like even with string mixins, I'd have to print the code out. I usually don't, so I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully the biggest factor I can manage so I don't have to write any code.
Well, one recent change is in the back end. I wrote most of the back end like 30 years ago, and I re-implemented or reinvented the wheel over and over and over again in it. And recently, basically reinvented creating dynamic arrays again and again and again and again. And recently I did a series of pull requests to replace them all with barray, and you can see that in barray.d, and just do a search for where barray appears in the code. And I found a lot of places where I was reinventing the wheel there, and it was a great pleasure to delete all that crap and replace it with barrays. And barray incorporates all the good stuff that I had in those custom implementations and brought it all up to a uniform standard. Instead of some of the array implementations were better than others, now they're all good. They're all the best implementation. For example, each of them would have their own reallocation and resizing strategy. But with barrays, it uses the best of all of the reallocation strategies. And so, it's a little thing, but it was very pleasing to do that, to rip all that code out and replace all those arrays with barrays.
Okay, this question is for me. Mike, has the new dip review rule set division into separate review and feedback threads worked well in your opinion? Absolutely. For me, I mean, I spent, it's hard to quantify, but I spent a lot of time at the end of each review trying to summarize the review to put it in the review summary in the dip, because before those review threads would become just, they'd go in all different directions, and people would mix genuine dip feedback with, discussion of all kinds of other stuff, and I had to poke through every post to find what was relevant, and it was really time consuming for those really, really long threads, which is basically any dip that Walter proposes. So it was a pain. And so now that I've separated it and I've been very strict about the feedback threads, it makes the review summary so much easier. So if it's easy for me, it's also going to be easy for people coming in the future when they're reading the dip and they get down to the review summary and I have a link to the discussion thread and the feedback thread. They can click on the feedback thread and get the feedback as it was written. And if they want to wade into the discussion, they can wade into the discussion. But that way we separate what's wrong with the dip structurally, content-wise, and then what does everybody think about the dip? And I think that's worked really well. And I guess Manu and Stefan's dip about the unary, the new operator they proposed for template expansion, I actually was away from the thread for a few days, and the feedback thread started to get out of hand. I mean, it was borderline if they were going to be deleted or not. But I got to stay on top of those things so that they don't get out of hand. It just makes everything easier to follow.
Well, I know we put so much work on Mike. I'm in favor of anything that reduces his workload and makes him more efficient.
Yay! That's why I want to hurry up and hire my assistant. So he's coming soon. Where is? Oh, sorry, I just skipped one here. Out of the core repositories hosted under the DLang organization, which one needs the most attention at the moment?
Boy, all of them.
I missed the out of the what?
Out of the core repositories hosted under the DLang organization, which one needs the most attention at the moment?
Yeah, what Walter said.
Hard to pick
there's
one.
no lack of work. There's no lack of work.
Yeah, everywhere you look, there's work that needs to be done. It's just a matter of what you feel like working on today.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about the spec. The spec needs work. Phobos needs Phobos too. DMD, lots of issues in it. I don't even want to count the number of issues in Bugzilla on there. So, there's no shortage of work for anyone who wants to pitch in and help.
Okay, where is D visible to potential users who aren't already aware of it, who don't visit the websites? I would say Reddit.
Well, yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's on Reddit all the time.
Yeah.
Also, it shows up on Hacker News now and then.
Yeah.
One thing you can do is, when it's appropriate and not spamming, to feel free to bring it up. I mean, like
blog post.
Word of mouth.
Well,
I mean,
that's what Russ does. You can have a topic of any language on Hacker News or Reddit, and somebody always makes it about Rust. So to me, that's kind of open season on that. That feel free to bring up D if it's applicable and not spam.
And
if it's of interest to the readers of the thread.
I haven't been writing blog posts as often as I used to, and I haven't been recruiting guest posts because I don't have enough time for it to get in the right mindset to write those posts that I need to be in. And I need to get back on that. And one of the things when we hire an assistant for me, one of the requirements I wanted is somebody who's familiar enough with the language that they can go out on the Reddit threads and do what I'm not doing, because I don't evangelize in the Reddit threads because I'm not I'm not Steve Klebinik, let's put it that way. And I'm hoping to get somebody more well versed in the language than I am to be able to do that. I evangelize where I can, but that's what we need. We need people out there evangelizing on the Reddit thread when we share blog posts on Reddit, and when people mention D in other threads, or when we have an opportunity to mention it. So word of mouth is the only way we're going to do it.
I do it all the time on Hacker News and stuff like that, but there's only so much, and also I don't want to overdo it because or else
spam.
Yeah.
Well, another thing you can do is if you have Twitter accounts and if you have followers, is just talk about your what's going on in your use of D. Like, I solved this neat problem in my D project, blah, blah, blah. Or, here's a great pull request I made. And just sort of mention it now and then. I mean, that's what people do with their programming. Why not?
Okay, we are running short on time. Matthias Lang is coming up next. He's going to have to join the chat in a minute or two. And until he does, we can try to get another question or two in. We've got one right here. I'm a PhD student who proposed and oversees the students' project Mir versus NumPy multigrid. It's on the forum right now. I think we read about that the other day, the thread going on there. Are there any other good projects you can think of, preferably performance oriented? So you're talking about projects for comparison, performance comparisons? Mir versus NumPy. So what other projects can we compare?
There's the regex.
Okay.
Regular expression thing that ours is very, very fast, written by Dimitri.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's still be the top in the world right now though, because Rust has a macro-based one which basically does the same thing. So I think it'd be even Stevens or who knows. But yeah, it's a good example. Also, C++, if we got compile time regular expression thing, the woman who wrote it did a lot of talks about it too. I haven't looked into it, but you know, it exists now. I don't know. It depends on what people are interested in, because they only care about performance when it's something they actually want to do fast, and they can't get to do fast enough. It's hard to know.
All right.
I mean, the first blog post I wrote was about MQTT, and that was faster than nearly everything.
All right, Matthias has arrived, but here's a quick yes/no questions. Do you have any available slides to show D in a lecture seminar? I guess he's asking for slides he could borrow.
You can borrow any of mine.
I've done talks before. I'd have to go look at what they are. I did a talk in the university a few years ago called YD. I probably have it somewhere.
And I have a beginner-oriented slide set that I used at a meetup here for people who were actually too low level to, you know, they only knew JavaScript, so they didn't even. I was assuming an audience that knew C, but yeah, I've got some slides on Google. I think they're still there. So anyway, yeah, if you contact me, I can share the slides with you, and you feel free to use them. All right, very quickly, let me run my magic standard.uniform program, standard random.uniform. I got to compile it first with the new names, and there we go. Jin, I don't know how to pronounce it. Serggin. If you're still in the chat, if you're still in the live stream, you are the winner of the opportunity to visit our D-Lang Swag Emporium and pick any item you want. So please let me know before Matthias's talk is up. Oh, he's there. Okay, Serggin, you just won. So please contact me at dlang.org dlang.org at gmail.com. And I will give you the details. All right, Walter, Attila, thank you for putting yourselves out there. Audience, thank you for asking them and flaying them. And I think you guys can stick around if you want to and participate in Matthias's Q&A here. Matthias, are you all set?
Yeah, just plugging my computer, but all set.
Okay. How are things over there in Europe right now? The weather.
It's pretty cold.
Yeah, it actually got cold here too. All right. So go ahead and for those who don't know who you are, let them know and tell us a little bit about your talk. It starts in 2 minutes, according to YouTube.
Okay, so well, I also introduced myself in the talk, so I won't spend long on that, but I'm a D developer for 8 years, and I really fell in love with the language, so I started contributing. And so in the talk, I will be presenting two things. The first one is something I've been working on for a few months now, that I will turn into a DIP very soon, and that I will make a pull request for DMD4, so it's a language extension, and I hope to show the utility of that. And the second one is preview equal in, which is already in the compiler, and I wanted to put the word out there about this preview switch and how you can use it and how it's gonna simplify your code.
And you're working in Korea right now, but you're currently on vacation in Europe. Tell us a little bit about your company. You mentioned them in the video, I think, right?
I also mentioned it in the video. Yes, it's a blockchain company. So our main product is mostly in D. There's some bits and pieces of C++. And yeah, so we're writing a server application essentially in D. You're making me spoil all my talk. You know that.
Be creative.
Yeah. So yeah, we're faced with some specific problems because we have obviously some requirement to performance requirement. We have some latency requirements, and in order to meet that, D was obviously the best choice. So yeah, that's our company. I've been working there for 2 years now, and we've really enjoyed the expressive power of D.
Yeah, full disclosure. I was very happy when Matthias came to Korea because it meant I was not one of 2 D programmers in Korea anymore. The other one at the time being Mike Franklin, and we didn't see each other much except online. So now
No.
Matthias came first. And now we got several more. He brought several others over. So and we've even got some Koreans programming D now.
Yeah, we did actually organize a meetup last year. Do you remember that?
Yes, we did a couple of them actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just talking about that earlier.
Yeah, a public meetup where we put the word out about
Right.
it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
Except all the attendees were JavaScript programmers, basically. Nobody knew any systems programming languages, and it turned into a very basic D tutorial that most of my slides were pretty useless. But it was still fun, I think. It was, and the pizza was good.
It was a great experience too. It was one of my first experience trying to showcase D to people that are not familiar with programming. Most of the people I've talked to before were familiar with programming, and that's definitely a different approach. And I think we should do more of that. I kind of wanted to give a talk at my university this year, but thanks to the situation currently, that's not happening. Maybe one online one day.
Well, you know what? We're starting. Hopefully, eventually, I'm starting the D Community Speaks or D Community Talks. Yeah, the D Community Talks, I think, is what I'm going to call it. A playlist on our YouTube channel. So I will be inviting people to put videos together to put on our YouTube channel at the foundation. So that would be great. And your talk starts in about 25 seconds. Are you monitoring the chat over there?
Yeah, I think maybe we should post the link in the Q&A so people can switch over.
To the talk?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I posted the link.
Okay, good. And yeah, it's counting down.
Yeah, it's starting.
Yeah, I should get
my side.
I should get your slides linked.
Oh, I think I haven't punched my repository.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's gonna take a second.
Where are your slides? Here we go. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it is online.
All right, good. So, how not many people go and work in a foreign country that's so different. It's not completely different. I mean, Korea is not as different as the comparison between Korea and say Europe or America is not as different as it used to be. Let's put it that way. It's a lot more similar these days. But how has it been for you to adjust here while you've been here?
It's been pretty okay. I lived in Asia before, so it wasn't just something completely new to me. The language barrier is the biggest hurdle. My Korean is still pretty low level, unfortunately, you know that.
Noob.
Other than that, it's a different company culture, which you're coming into a country, you have to adapt to it. But it's been great. It definitely gives you a different perspective.
How have you found your Korean coworkers have adapted to D and picking it up? I know they have like Java backgrounds, most of them.
Well, it's been a bit hard, to be honest, because the language being less visible, there's less tutorial and blog posts online about D in Korean, because my coworkers don't necessarily have a perfect command of English. So having resources in different languages I never really thought about it because I've been fluent in English since I started programming. But I realized being there that having resources in different languages is actually very, very important. I know there's a big community in Japan. And yeah, I wish we could expand the D-Lang tour. The D-Lang tour has been quite useful to introduce people to D in their native language. But some of the content are a bit outdated. So if you speak, if you're a native speaker of a language that is not well promoted, I highly encourage you to go to github.com D-Lang tour, D-Lang/tour, and there's plenty of repository in different languages where you can contribute if your language is already featured there, or you can request a new repository in your native language.
Yeah, Attila and I met with some D programmers in Japan, in Tokyo, last year, and the community. I always thought the community was bigger than it is. I was talking to them, and they say it's mostly based in Tokyo, and it's not so big, and they didn't know of any companies using D, and they were trying to promote it themselves. But yeah, we could definitely use more resources in other languages. Now, I want to get to your slides here, your talk, and I'm looking at the pain points slide now, but in the slide before that. You were talking about reasons to use D, and one of them is that you listed was a fast prototype to functional. Can you expand on that more? Yeah.
Transition. Yeah. Well, I've heard quite a few people talking about like starting a program, like experimenting in let's say Python, but having to end up writing it in a different language because they just couldn't match their performance requirement. So if you start with Python, you have great modeling power, but then you might never be able to reach the performance you aim to reach. On the other hand, you don't want to start with C++ because you're gonna fight the compiler quite a bit. You don't have the same modeling power, but then you can get the performance you need to get. And D sits in the very sweet spot in between, where you start, you're very garbage collector happy. So I'm very happy we have a garbage collector. You can be very GC happy, allocate all you want, you dump, you use associative array. And then when you know your feature works, when you know your ID is sound, you start to gradually replace that. And refactoring in D is very, very easy. We don't have ID tools, but the compiler will usually tell you when you do something wrong, and it will never, almost never give you a false positive, which I also mentioned in the video. So for me, it's been very easy to explore writing one feature using associative array, and later on evolving to something more complicated and less memory hungry, for example.
And pain points. One of you, debug. Well, I don't want to go over all of them, but debugging experience. I think we all know that, and unpreventable moves. That's kind of down in the weeds, but it's a lot of people. Well, some people see the moves as a plus. But you talk about this in the talk, so I'm not going to ask you about that. But unless you want to say something more about the moves.
Well, I just think that so most of the people I've been in contact with, as I mentioned, I was previously working at Semantic, where we were doing real-time advertisement. So it was also writing server application, and so most of the people I've interacted with were coming from a C or C++ background, and they always expect to have control over every little aspects of what's happening. They don't want magic. So having cases where you disable post-blit, you disable everything you can disable, and then the compiler still moves things around, is kind of triggering for us. So yeah, that was one of the pain points.
Wow, somebody just mentioned in the live stream chat here that he was in Korea in 1972 and they still had steam locomotives here. That is cool. I didn't know that. I've actually ridden one of their older trains from the 80s. I guess they used to run it when I first got here, the old late 70s, 80s trains where you could stand between the cars and hang out the door. I used to love that, but never saw the steam locomotives here. But what I wanted to ask you about was the attribute hell, I guess, that you talked about. You didn't call it attribute hell, but
Tribute hell.
attribute, supporting the different attributes, function
Well,
attributes.
that's
Yeah.
that's the point of the talk.
Yeah,
Yeah, is how it's essentially my it's a problem I had for a long time. And from what I've seen, the way to mitigate this was to make a choice, and I don't want to have to make a choice when I write library code. And so the talk is essentially about how can we solve this in and not having to make a choice.
Well, I'm hoping for a little more on this, because I know I personally, I mean, everybody knows I'm just a hobbyist, but I personally, I tend to avoid function attributes in my own code. It took me forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, it took me forever to start adding them to my bindings. I think it was Derelict where I started adding them. I remember I was really resistant. Somebody wanted me to add no GC, and I was like, why? And but eventually I did, and so now I'm trying to be more aware of it, more conscious of them, and I don't. It seems like a lot of thinking involved.
So it kind of echoes one of the questions that was mentioned before. I didn't want to promote my talk too much, I didn't want to be spammy, so I didn't bring it up. But when someone talked about like having subsets in D, for me, attributes is one of them. You have to choose to be no GC or not to be no GC. You cannot write. Well, you can in some cases, but you have to use a specific set of features. You cannot use all the D features. You cannot use OOP, for example, and support both no GC and not GC, near GC. So that for us, that's a big problem. And having a way to express, to be a bit more flexible in the way you deal with attributes, I think would go in a long way into making them more usable. In the specific case that I present in the video, we use delegates a lot, and the solution applies to delegates and function pointers. And I think that's already like maybe 80-90% of the way. There's a few more cases where it doesn't play very nicely, but solving the issue with delegates and function pointer for us would allow us to to essentially use attribute sanely. So imagine you have a database, right, a SQLite tree database, and you have a table in the database with records on it, and you implement a struct that wraps this database in an object-oriented way and has an op apply. Your op apply itself might not throw, it might not allocate GC memory, it might even be safe, whatever. It can have all the attributes. The problem is you cannot represent that. You cannot represent that your function itself is doesn't care about your attributes. Your function itself supports all attributes because you have to request your caller to make a choice in the delegate they give you. So if you want to be callable from a no GC code, you have to request a delegate that is passed to you to be no GC. And that's a real bummer, because obviously you want your caller to be able to use GC or to be able to call you from no GC code. You support both. So the ADA, as they are presented in the I'm not yet on that. I'm not yet on the solution in the talk. But
fine,
I talk about
that's fine.
ADA,
You don't. Yeah, you can go ahead and.
Yeah. I talk about what I call ADA, so argument-dependent attribute, and it's essentially a simple way to make a link between a delegate parameter and an attribute, saying my function is my function is safe as long as this parameter is safe, and other attributes. So I believe it's the next slide. So there's some code example in there. When I started working on this, the first thing I did was going to DMD and starting to hack DMD, and I got a proof of concept working maybe 7 weeks ago, I believe. I got a proof of concept working, and I was like, okay, well, this looks like it does exactly what I wanted to do. So then I implemented some of our feature. I thought about how I could use it in my application, because I usually those changes like preview in are driven by our application, because that's a use case. When we do new feature, you need a use case, like how is it useful. So yeah, I looked into how it could be used in our application. Like, okay, that seems like it's doing exactly what I want to do. So I did the talk, and I'm still working on the DAP. I hope to submit it soon. I was hoping to submit it this week, but I'm on vacation, and yeah, I'll continue on the implementation. Damn it, you make me spoil all my talk.
No, you're not spoiling it. You're not spoiling it. This is for the posterity, for, that's fine. People who are watching your talk are watching it now, so that's these guys in the live stream,
All right.
forget about them.
Now, if you look at the live stream, I think when you were talking, you're a bit behind what I see in the live stream, so you might want to F5 it. But I see that I'm on the oops slide where I present the issue of
yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And yeah, so the
oh no. That's what I was talking about the attribute. That was one of the pain points. That was the third pain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the
right.
one.
And that's okay. So this is where you're talking about it. Yeah. Okay. I got it.
Yeah.
Well, let me add. Would you have more to say on this, or?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to ask. I don't remember you talking in the video. How did you arrive at this solution? What was the inspiration?
Well, I thought about it for a while. I can okay. I did mention it in the video. I thought about in-out.
Shows what I know.
In-out. I had to watch this video like a dozen times, so don't worry. I know it very well. In-out is a very nice tool. So I think everyone that does D loves template, except maybe Walter. But templates are still very blunt, in my opinion. They're essentially copy pasting code. And it works most of the time, but it has its downside, like compile time, binary bloat, and so on. So every time we get a chance to express something in a non-templated way, I think we should take it. And in-out is a way to do this. It's a way to say, well, I'm just gonna express a relationship between the type constructor, so const immutable and mutable of a parameter, not even the type, just the type constructor of the parameter, and the return type, for example. And that fulfills exactly this spot, and I think it works very well. And so looking at in-out, I started to think, well, we need something similar for attributes, because we use OOP, so classes inheritance, so we can't use templates, and so using in-out as a base, I reached that conclusion that this might be the right solution. I fully expect it to be destroyed, as it should, by the during review, because there's probably things I didn't think about. There might be a better way to do it. But I hope that having a proof of concept implementation going with the DIP will be a good showcase of why it can be useful.
We have a question here in the live stream chat. Does this work with alias parameters too?
Alias parameter? Oh,
Template
you
alias
mean
parameters, or
it's if you use a template to begin with, your attributes are inferred. So it's not related, essentially, because you already get attribute inference. So you don't hit that problem. I should probably address it in the DIP. So that's why I said it's good to have feedback. I will address in the DIP how they interact with templates. But the short answer is yes. Oh.
okay, so it says here, I mean, if I want a template, but I don't want inferred attributes, I want to force no GC if the alias is no GC. Like enforce that the template does not add GC beyond the alias.
Okay. Yes. I'm reading the question again, but I think, yeah, I want to first need GC if the alias is not GC. Actually, so I was writing the DIP on my way here. So essentially, if you write a function, so which slide are we on right now? Okay, no more code. If you write a function and you mark it no GC with an ADA, the compiler will still error in places where you use a GC or any other attributes, except for the case where you call the delegate. So every other place will still error out. So you are able to enforce that the function itself is no GC as long as the delegate is no GC.
Well, I'm looking at the bonus goodies slide right now on my stream here, and I'm curious where you say it mitigates objects issues with like toString and toHash and this kind of thing. Isn't that one of the purposes behind the proto object?
Yes, it is, and I do mention it in the video.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mitigate all the issues. It doesn't mitigate all the issues because you still have like if you cannot change it to take a delegate as a parameter, it doesn't fix the issue. But for toString, we have a great example that's a throwable.toString. If you look at the runtime in object.d, throwable.toString does take a sync. And so you can pass a string like part of a string piecemeal to throwable toString, and then it does the aggregation. But currently you're limited to a certain subset of attributes, so that gets fixed, and we could change object.toString to have the same signature, and so essentially you could that would fix the problem, but that would be the issue with that is that it's slightly restrictive because it forces your derived function to be safe, no throw, no GC, and so on. So it forces your derived function to do this aggregation piecemeal. I don't know if that's something the community consider as a worthwhile trade-off. Myself, I do consider it a worthwhile trade-off, but that's subject to another discussion, I think.
We're on the video chat, not the live stream, but the video chat.
Yeah.
We have Steve saying, "I'm loving this idea," and Ali gives him a +1. So I think he got some fans already.
Thanks. I also +1 his ID for the record.
So okay.
And I think it's on preview in.
Yeah, we're on preview in now, which it's
yeah.
already implemented. And just for the benefit of the live stream, why don't you just give a little background on that?
So in has been it's been something I've been wanting to do for like 5 years, but it really for a long time it really didn't click together, how it could really work well, because there was always one issue or another. And I think while talking to Mike Franklin, so the other D programmer in Korea, Jin Shil, it kind of came together that we wanted this exact semantic. One well-known issues, if you come from C++, is that you cannot bind R values, so literal, for example, or the return value of a function. You cannot bind R values to a ref parameter. And it's the same thing to do, unless you know that you won't change it and you won't escape the scope of your function. There can still be some issues with like fiber switch, but let's not go in that direction. Most of the time, it would be very sane to allow it for scope const, and so that's one of the issue, because then you cannot, if you have a function that takes a struct by value. Right, that takes a struct, you cannot make it by ref if you want to accept R values. So if you want to pass the return value of a function directly, doesn't work, you have to make it by value, but then you copy the struct. If you struct a side effect, the structures post bleed, whatever, or if your struct is huge, that has a cost. And so having the ability to say, well, I don't really care if it's ref or not. I just want it to be efficient. Is what we wanted, and that's what I implemented in. It has raised some concern. It has raised some concern that was discussed on the forum. I remember that Walter was not really in favor of it, and I don't think Attila was really in favor of it. And the point of this talk is to get like people to try it out, because I think if you try it out, you will appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's that's about it about the feature. The part of the talk is actually very short, because I think it's quite self-explanatory how it's usable and how it can improve your code. The early slides include in the code example, while actually we use const scope autoref everywhere. But yeah, as mentioned, autoref is not usable if you don't use templates. And if you use autoref, it means you don't care if it's ref or not. So you would not care to use in either.
So I guess the when you look at the rule book you have here, it says assume pass by ref, prepare for pass by value. In a way, that sounds a little bit scary, but I guess that's what autoref is doing already. But the key point is that there's no side effects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you think about autoref is like, when do you use autoref? Mostly when you forward parameter, or where you don't really care if it's ref or not. If you don't care if it's ref or not, that means you're not gonna mutate it, because if you mutate it and the mutation might or might not propagate, that sounds like very buggy code. I do give an example of a function which has both an in, a ref, and an out parameter. And the in parameter is something you just read from, you consume it. The ref parameter is something you update. So not only do you consume it, read its value, but you also update its value. And if you don't update its value, if the update of the value doesn't propagate, you either have a bad API or you have a bug. And the last one, out parameter, it doesn't, whatever you give it doesn't affect the function, but the result is stored in that out parameter, and the slide is up right now. So yeah, it's read. I call it read patient data, and if you just look at the prototype, I'm pretty sure every programmer that looks at it, sees a prototype, knows what's going on here, and can guess the semantic of the function.
Say what, not how.
Yeah, exactly. When I made the pull request for DMD, someone, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the contributor, but someone linked me to a talk from Herbsutter, I think in the beginning of 2019 or 20. It was about exactly it is. So Herb started to explain how many rules they have, how much they need to explain to people, like what are best practices. And like a quarter of it, I think, was about parameter passing. And so he proposed to rework parameter passing in a way that you would say what is the semantic of the parameter and not how you pass the parameter. So I don't want to pass it by ref. I want to pass it in the most efficient way, and I just want it to drive my function. I'm not gonna update it, and it's not gonna be used as a result.
I'll have more in just a second here.
Yep. So yeah, the main hurdle at the moment is really the debug, because I did adapt all the libraries we use to use in our program, but due to that dub issue, it's not working yet. But we have someone working on it. He actually submitted a proof of concept yesterday, so I believe in the next few weeks it's going to be solved.
Cool. And your talk is over. We're at the thanks screen. Well, at least on that version of it. Over here on my PC, we're at another screen.
Same here.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm watching it on two computers. I thought it would be difficult to watch it here, but it's fine to do it here. All right, guys.
Because it's a great talk.
Got to see it twice. All right. I was going to say, all right, yeah. D-Man shirt. That's what's up on the block right now. If you ask Matthias a question during this post-talk Q&A, you will enter the drawing for a D-Man t-shirt. I have one. I'll wear it tomorrow. I recommend everybody have one. But somebody can get a free one.
I have one too.
Yes? See? All the cool kids have them. Questions. Thank you for preview equals in. That's not a question, but it's good to hear, right?
Well, I also want to thank Martin Kinkelin, so Kinke on GitHub, because he's been a great support, and lots of people also have provided feedback on the forum. But Kinke has been wanting the semantic for a while, and so he's much deeper into the compiler than I am. Since he's maintaining LDC, and so he's more into the backend side of things. And so I implemented the semantic in the front end, and the backend part was it was working, but it could be improved. And Kinke put in the work to get it to that last through that last line. So thank to him too.
Okay. While people are thinking of questions to ask, I'm going to go ahead and take care of some admin stuff here. We have the announcement for the $50 Amazon e-gift card winner. Anybody who asks a question today, I've got you on a list. I'm checking it twice, and I'm going to run my random program to pick one of you to win the card. No faking of questions here, Aberba. Sorry. You can't put that on past me, man. And so I'll be announcing the winner of that at about 8:15. That's UTC, or 5:15 a.m. here in Korea. A little less than 30 minutes from now. And at 8:30 UTC, Adam will begin his live coding session, live coding an Asteroids game and a server, and that's pretty amazing. And I will post a link to that in a few minutes. Well, actually, here's the link right now. What am I talking about? There's a link to the live stream that Adam will be using. And he should be ready to go by 8:30. I asked him to get there a little early, so he should be ready to go. And yeah, we won't. This Q&A will end after I announce the Amazon winner, and then you can go to Adam's live coding. I'm sorry, I'm rambling right now. I'm getting sleepy. We have a question here. D2 is better than D1. Do you imagine there'd ever be a D3, or how could D2 be better?
I hope there won't be a D3. So I actually did some D1 in Sociomantic, for a couple of years, and it actually made me a better D2 programmer. But nowadays we have these preview, revert switches, and so those things allows us to give us a more incremental changes to the language. So D2 is a much better D2 is a much better language, but it also came at a great cost for the community, I believe. And I hope we won't ever have a breaking change like this again. I much rather we have incremental changes that are spread over time and done in a slow way, let's say. I don't mind, if we deprecate something and it's stay deprecated for 2 years, that's not a problem, as long as we give people a migration path.
And Robert has the insight that SimVer for the win. It should be D94.1.0 right now. Anyway, that sounds like a radio station. Here on DMD 94.1.0.
Yeah, I'm also really looking forward for DMD as a library, so we can write more awesome tools.
Thank you, Lawrence. Are you just getting in?
Sorry, was that a
Oh, I'm
question?
sorry. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Lawrence. He said you're doing great, and so I was saying thank you and asked him if he's just getting here. Haven't heard him yet. And Mike.
So regarding like if you want to show your support for preview equal in for the moment and probably ADA later, the best thing you can do is give it a try and let us know if it works as you expect, or if it doesn't, and if it doesn't, what you expected, because really it's the best that people can do is really give us feedback about how they write the code.
Matthias, thanks a lot for the talk. Preview equals in and all the work that you put in to improve various parts of the ecosystem. Thanks, guys, says Matthias.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
that's me.
Come on. You're gonna let Darren Wilson run away with the D-Man shirt? Somebody give him some competition. Got any questions? Let's hear them.
There's also a few other things I'm working on. Oh, what was you?
How was
new programmer?
Yeah, how was your experience introducing D to new programmers? This is a recurring theme tonight, I think.
It's interesting. It was I think we need more like the language itself is sound. It's pretty nice to introduce the language, and most of it just makes sense. You look at it and it's self-explanatory, but I think we need more library, like ready-made library stuff. If you learn JavaScript, you don't just learn JavaScript. You start with you go with Node.js, for example, and you have some very easy way to get a simple Node.js server started and to do this or that. So I try to do the same with VibeD. We use VibeD a lot in our code, in our project. But so I think we need more of like libraries tutorial, really. That's what I was missing. But otherwise, I think there was a great interest in the language and in the feature it had. But most of the question were like, does it do this thing that another library do. And most of the time it was yes, luckily.
When do we get the dip on the ADA?
When it's ready.
Okay, Blizzard.
I'm still working on it. So I was waiting for actually, well, I have something which is consistent, but I figured that the talk might give good feedback. So the interaction with alias parameter is very good feedback, and I'm gonna incorporate that before 2021. Is that a better answer?
That sounds that's not far away. Is the speed advantage of alias lambdas worth it or not? How painful is that indirect call cost?
As Walter likes to say, I didn't measure it, so I don't know. I think, as mentioned in the talk, I think the code is very expressive. In some cases, okay, I did measure in some cases because I tried to introduce that in the stack unwinding code in D runtime, and the code was actually doing worse. So I never raised the pull request for that. So I think we have some optimization chances here. I should probably bring it up with on the forum at some point. I don't think it's too painful, but I think we could be doing better.
I think Ollie's joking, but could you please fix shared as well?
I think someone already started on that. There's been a preview equal shared that has been made recently. I think it was Manu. There's still some bugs with it. I did fix a bug recently, and it's actually yeah, it's actually something I'm interested in next.
Well, you know, this is something that there may be some money in, because this is the reason we started the what's the fund? Yeah, the ecosystem work fund, whatever we call it. I can't remember the name now. So yeah, we started that fund. That was the primary project we had in mind, and so far we've only used it for 2 contract jobs. One of them is not yet complete. I'm still waiting for that. That's the WebAssembly. So there may be some money in fixing shared. We asked a few people. They had, to be fair, Walter and Andre, they had a limited list of people they wanted to ask to work on it, and it was at the time, and it was everybody's too busy. So we got to find somebody to do it. So if somebody's working on it now, or if you would work on it in the future, that would be something that we'd like to know about. Walter. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll let you know if I work on it in the future. At the moment, I can only afford time on things that are relevant to my current employment. Shared is actually slightly relevant because we build for those of you familiar with vibe.web.rest. It's a generator for creating an interface between HTTP and a business code, and we did create a library that mimicked this, but in memory for better unit testing. I think it's pretty cool, but we don't have time to describe it in details. But we do use message passing, so we use STD concurrency, and it was very painful. It was very painful to use STD concurrency. So what we did essentially is we forked STD concurrency, and we had someone re-implementing STD concurrency in a more Go-like approach. So instead of having like a single message box per fibers of thread, we have channels. It's still a work in progress, so I didn't present that anywhere, but we have someone working on making that better. So shared is slightly relevant to my interest too.
Okay, I was going to ask Walter something, but I'll lay off of that for now. What features? Oh, here's a rabbit hole. What features are you missing from Dub? Do you have a vision for Dub 2.0?
Do we have a vision? Not really. If I did, I would start working on it, but I really don't have a vision for it. I'm not familiar enough with the package manager out there. What feature we were missing? So one of our basic use case was that we have multiple configurations for multiple targets. So our main application is a server, so that's the first configuration. We also have a library configuration where we can import like most of the server code in tools. So we can, since it's a blockchain, we can reuse the data structure and so on. And we have some other configuration which generate like CLI tools that we can use here and there. And that was very painful because we wanted all the code to be under the same directory because we wanted to use like package and so on, and that needs to be in the same directory, or you have to do some weird stuff with Dub. But then Dub just takes whatever is under source under its source path. So we had to create a manual exclusion list of code, of a file. That was painful, but that was fixed this week by one of our developer. The other thing is I mentioned we use C++, so we have to generate some object file. I was also missing like the pre-generate comment was a very crude way to run the C++ compilation step. We did improve that as well because there was a bug in Dub. So I believe that at the moment things are okay. Our Dub.json is not pretty. I think we could do much better, but I don't have a solution for that yet.
And I would like to add to that in the quarterly DFoundation meetings, we always have representatives from industry there, people from Symmetry and Wicca, sometimes when they can come, Matthias, other companies, and these guys all have specific issues with Dub, and we have talked about it, and we have discussed how to move forward on it. And I can't talk in detail yet because nothing is finalized, but I'm trying to organize something around it. But it's one of those things where it's not high on the priority list for everybody at the moment, and it's slow going, and it requires coordination with a lot of people. But the idea is that we're going to get a Dub task force together or something similar to hammer out the different requirements everybody has for Dub and how we can improve it moving forward, what needs to be done. But that's still a long way from being complete yet. Everything moves at a snail's pace. So I'll announce it if and when we have some things to move forward. But in the meantime, hey, if anybody has anything they want to contribute to Dub, please, fix your gripes, your pet peeves with it right now, submit some PRs. And very quickly, Matthias, same question for Vibe D.
Okay, just a parenthesis. I posted on the chat, on the YouTube chat, the link to the pull request that our developer submitted to solve the issue. If anyone's interested, so it's a solved problem, but it was PR 2035 and 2039 solving two issues. And so same question for Dub. What
For
I'm
Vibe,
missing
yeah.
is Dub. Vibe, yeah. What is missing in Vibe, and what is missing in Vibe? Oh. Yeah, where to start? So ADA is missing. So I actually did contribute a bit to Vibe. Was the first thing I contributed to when I started contributing to D, and the use of delegate in Vibe means that they also had to make a choice between what subset is supported. So attributes didn't work so well together. So that's one thing that ADA might help with. What else is missing? There's quite a long list of things that you could extend, improve, or whatever. One thing I really don't like in Vibe and something I think we should deprecate. I brought the point of with Sonke, but I haven't heard from him yet. Is the usage of module constructor to set up code. Because it makes Vibe harder to use in context where it's not just an application. For example, we had a bug where Vibe was resetting some global data in Phobos in our unit test, because in our unit test we're not using Vibe directly. We might be using some like init functionality, but not the core event loop. And that the presence of the module constructor means that there were some weird bugs that we had to work around. That's something I would like to deprecate. I think in general it should make it easier to compose, but it's a pretty decent library. We have some stuff we need to add. We have someone currently working on adding more serialization option to the REST module. We want it to be more modular so that we can plug in our own serialization. We have someone working on implementing connection level banning of peer, so that you can blacklist if you're generating a REST interface. You currently have no way to access the lower level data of the HTTP request. That's something we're missing, and we also want to be able to ban some hosts. So if one host is making one IP is making too many requests or is misbehaving in some way, we want to be able to say to Vibe, hey, just refuse connection from that host, because currently the only way we can do that is it gets to Vibe. Vibe will will read the HTTP data, will turn whatever is passed as a parameter into a JSON object that does memory allocation, whatever, give it to us, and then we reject the call. So it's already too late. We want the ability essentially to say, to have a no cost rejection of peer.
Okay, was watching the talk, so I may have missed some discussion on it, but the preview equals end problems with aliasing, do you think they can be fixed with @live updates?
Yes, I'm actually piggybacking on DIP 1000 and @live, because the aliasing problem is a general problem. It's not specific to in. I know it creates some issue because in you don't know if it's gonna be ref or not, but that is a more general problem that applies to all arguments, and it's not only in D, it's also in C++. So Walter's solution with @live is a generic solution that is gonna fix this issue if it's implemented as the way described it, which I have no doubt about.
And John Colvin passionately agrees with you about those VibeD module constructors. He has lost many days to them. Matt, are you looking for Matthias's opinion on this? What's the best way to unit test Vibe?
Okay, well, it's to use local rest, so it's our library. I'm gonna post a link in the chat, but for those of you that watch it later, it's github.com/go24/localrest, and it's essentially a library that allows you to separate the business code from the network code. So currently it's called local rest because it was started as a way to mimic what Vibe Web REST is doing. So it doesn't have the way to do it at the HTTP level yet. But if someone is interested in contributing, I think that would be a good base to start with.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pick a D-Man t-shirt winner. Drum roll, please. Compile. Oh, wow. Twice in one day. Peter, you're the man. You're the winner. You get your mug and you get a D-Man t-shirt. I'll email you or you can email me like we talked about earlier.
So John mentioned on the live stream that he was not happy with module constructor. So that is VibeD issue 2370. If you want to add your opinion to it.
He's accusing Peter of having put a backdoor in standard.random. He only won 2, man. He didn't win them all.
Well, it's still 100%, right?
How many did we give? How many did we give? I've lost track. I gotta write his name here. Okay, let's see. I got too many things to keep track of. All right, targets a D-Man shirt, and now I got 5 minutes before I announce the $50 e-gift card winner. So, whoa, where did I go? There I am. Okay. I'm running on fumes here now, and I had a train of thought, and it just completely jumped off the tracks. I was going to ask you a question, Matthias, and I forgot what it was. But why don't you go ahead and tie a bow on this, put a bow on it, as they say. And any last thoughts?
Yeah. Any last? Well, no, I think. So I think the language is pretty cool. I think we have the best language and maybe some of the worst tooling, but definitely the best language. It's very expressive. It's very usable. And I'm really happy with the language. And there's really 2 things that I was missing. So I'm quite happy that to have come up with a preview switch for one and a solution for the other. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Once again, guys, please give it a shot. Try it. I did my best to make it usable, to make preview in usable for everyone. I'll do the same with ADA. So yeah, give it a shot to preview in, and if you like it, or if you don't, share with us.
All right, Matthias, thank you for your time. Thanks for the talk. And you're going to be in BeerConf?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right.
I'm in Berlin, so I need a beer.
There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna go out and buy a couple as soon as we're done here. Well, as soon as Adam starts his live coding. All right, man. Take care.
All right.
See you
Thanks for hosting, Mike, and see you later.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Walter, are you with us? Yeah. Okay. Would you like to give any closing thoughts to the first day of DConf Online? We're not done. Adam's still got his live coding session, but we're finished with the pre-recorded talks. Anything you'd like to say for that?
Oh, well, I think it went off very well. And I think as our MC, you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to congratulate all the people who've prepared some really nice presentations, and it was all slickly produced. I'm very pleased with the result. And I got a lot of great questions on my talk, which makes me happy. I expect to hear more as people dig into it and get used to it. But I think it's off to a very promising start. It's been a great conference.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Walter. And the live stream link for the day 2 Q&A live stream is on the website, and it's also on the DConf.org website, and it's also on the blog and the post I put up a couple days ago, how to participate. So you can find the link there. We start tomorrow at 1400 UTC. So same time we started today. Adam's live stream, live coding link, I'll post it here again. There we go. It's in the chat. It's also in the blog post, how to participate. It's not, unfortunately, on the website. Probably too late to put it there now. I just talked to Adam on Discord. He will be ready in time. And once I close down the stream here, yeah, Steve, I just posted it. It's right above your. I see. We probably got a lag time here, but anyway, it's in the chat feed. For me, it's right above your comment. It might be below your comment for you. I don't know. And where was I? Oh yeah, when I close down this stream, Adam's stream will be starting around 8:30 UTC, 2030. So we'll try to start it at exactly 2030 rather than a few minutes before, so nobody misses anything. And it is now time to pick a winner of the $50 Amazon e-gift card. And I'm, cheapo, so I didn't, implement file loading or anything like that. I'm just editing the program here, the arrays, every time somebody asks a question, and recompiling and rerunning the program. So let me do that right now. And I'm using a different array this time. So there we go. Compile and run. Oh, and the winner of the $50 Amazon e-gift card is A. DeCibio. Are you still with us? A. DeCibio. If he's not still with us, he won a coffee cup or something earlier. So when he contacts me, I'll let him know about it. All right. Does anybody have any questions about the conference before we go? Mike, put the link on the DConf playlist as well. Okay, will do. Where would I put it? No more questions, folks? All right, everybody. Thank you for participating. Thanks for being here, Walter. Are you going to join the live stream tomorrow, Walter? Are you going to be?
Sure.
Yeah, join the Jitsi. Okay. All right, cool. So you can we can have you here again. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for making this so far a success. Let's hope nothing blows up afterwards. So I always have this bad feeling about it. So everybody, see you in DConf. And yes, on the next presentation. That would be Attila's keynote tomorrow. Okay, I'll put the link there on the next presentation. All right. I'm about to end the stream now, so thank you very much, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.